I would like to call to order the May, June 20th public hearing on Council Order 2016-157. This is an updating ordinance, amending Section 6.04, dogs leash or restraint off leash. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Councilor King.
Present.
Councilor Crowe.
Present.
Councilor Swan.
Present.
Councilor Finn.
Present.
Councilor Harris.
Present.
Councilor Forrest.
Present.
Councilor Liang. Councilor Palmucci. Councilor Hughes.
And Madam Clerk, if you could read the open meeting law.
Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20E. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, as we referenced, 2016-157. Be it ordained by the City Council that the Quincy Municipal Code is hereby amended as follows. Adding the following definition to Section 6.04.010. Off-leash, quote, means dogs may go unleashed to exercise and play in a controlled environment under the supervision of their owners. We actually had a legal solicitor's review. We're going to delete the words in a controlled environment. So that is going to be amended for the council meeting. Also, we are adding the following to Section 6.04.050, exemption to the Quincy Municipal Code. The section of this chapter shall not apply to areas designated as off-leash dog areas by the Parks and Recreation Board and signed as such. This public hearing was advertised on the Thursday, June 9th, Patriot Ledger. At this point, I would like to ask anyone wishing to speak in favor to come to the podium, state your name and address. If you do not wish to speak or would like to add your support or opposition, recorder please sign in on the sheet of the table at the back of the chamber. In support, Mr. Taylor. Please give your name and address for the record.
Yes, it's Brian Taylor, 135 Lincoln Street. Good evening. I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm in favor of this proposition. I'm a resident of House Neck. I've been there for 20 years. I have a 3-year-old German Shepherd. And I'm also the Information Technology Officer, a volunteer with the State of Massachusetts Animal Response Team. We're one of the agencies that responds to animals and disasters for cities and towns and the state. I wanted to let you know that dog parks are very important to the city as they help to attract a more diverse population. Several studies have shown that the importance of dog parks can show that they increase better behavior when a dog is properly socialized. It leads to better behavior around other dogs and people. It has been shown that cities with off-leash dog parks have less dog nuisance incidents because dogs are pack animals and they tend to keep each other in line. It also helps the animals be less fearful of people and other animals, and when they're less fearful, they're less likely to attack. That is usually why a dog will attack, is because they're fearful. But I just wanted to say that this is not all about the dogs. This is about the residents, because the residents are the ones that benefit the most from dog parks. It's been shown that a dog park, off-leash dog park, will help encourage residents to exercise and also fosters a new sense of community. They have their own responsibilities within it. It creates more responsible dog owners. When you're around a group of dog owners and one who doesn't have a dog bag, let me tell you, there will be 10 of them around and no dog bags. It also creates, they become more involved. They become more involved in their parks, their city, and their community. It's also a good way to lead to a higher rate of dog licensing and vaccination because you can simply put up a sign saying it's required. It's not necessarily an enforcement issue, but when you put up a sign, more people think about it and take part. The other thing is we are growing, we are expanding, we have a lot of new residents coming online. A lot of these people will have dogs. 1.6 households will have a dog. These people will need a place to take their dog. This will become an asset to the city when they're looking to do it. It's a place where they can come and relax and just hang out. It's also not just for people with dogs. Some people may not be able to have a dog because of restrictions where they live. Some people may have just lost a dog. Go into a dog park and sometimes, help relieve their stress, help them relax, and just be around their furry friends. So as we're growing, I think we want to try to attract new residents. We also want to attract tourism. Dog tourism is a huge business these days. And so places, hotels, and places that have amenities for dogs become more attractive to tourists. Lastly, I just want to let you know that I think it helps create a very well-rounded community, creates more responsibility, and creates less issues. You'll see less issues that we've seen recently from dogs. I want to leave with you a card, if I may. It just sort of highlights some of the things I talked about. But also on it, there are 3 links or 4 links for articles that you can read about dog parks and how they can help you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to speak in support? I do have 2 emails here submitted for the record, both to Councilor Yang, one from Gabrielle Chiang of South Central Ave, 274 South Central. As the city of Quincy grows and welcome more residents into this great city, it is important that we also consider the need for other necessities beyond housing. We need more pedestrian crosswalks, green spaces, parks for children, and parks for our pets. It is with regards to this last item we want to speak to my support tonight. For a city of our size, we lack spaces where we can walk and let our dogs run free. Dogs are prohibited on Lawson Beach and other green spaces in the city. There are no entirely enclosed parks where our dogs can run free and be safe from traffic. A designated open and enclosed dog park is much needed. Quincy will allow current residents to take their pets outside and will be a draw for new residents to settle in our city. Thank you for considering this proposal. Second is from Nicole Chan and Jason Loeb, 125 Atlantic Street. Hi Nina, I wanted to write to you to express my support for a dog park in Quincy. As a dog owner with faithful Quincy dog tags, I think it would be ideal to have a place for my well-behaved pup to run around off leash with other dogs. We currently go to parks in Weymouth, Hingham, and Sharon because there isn't a safe place in Quincy where my dogs can socialize with other dogs. Please let me know if you'd like more opinion support on this matter. Thanks, Nina. With that, anybody like to speak? At this point, I'd like to ask anyone wishing to speak in opposition to come to the podium, state your name and address. And if you do not wish to speak, would like your support or opposition reported, please sign in the sheet at the table at the back of the chamber. Anyone willing to speak in opposition? At this point, we'll close this part of the public portion of the meeting. I would like to call to order the Monday, June 20th public hearing related to Council Order 2016-133, Amendment Number 4 to the Urban Revitalization and Development Plan. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Councilor King.
Present.
Councilor Crowe.
Present.
Councilor Vaughn.
Present.
Councilor Finn.
Present.
Councilor Harris.
Present.
Councilor Duval.
Present.
Councilor Leeang. Present. Councilor Calhoun. Councilor Hughes.
Okay, this public hearing was advertised in the agenda on Monday, June 6th and Monday, June 13th. Notice to 305 abutters were sent out on June 7th. We have received one letter in opposition from Elaine Goodman, 31A Revere Road, and will be made part of the record. At this point, I'd like to ask anyone wishing to speak in favor to come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. If you do not wish to speak, would like your support or opposition reported, please sign in on this sheet on the table at the back of the chamber. Anyone wanting to speak in support?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, I'm Reverend Sheldon Bennett, a Quincy resident at 43 Marymount Road. I am Minister Emeritus, United First Parish Church, Church of the Presidents, member of the Quincy Affordable Housing Trust Committee, and a board member of Quincy Community Action Programs. Excuse me. As a member of the clergy, I speak as a longtime community leader for housing that is affordable for moderate income households as well as for low income households. I've also been an advocate for the downtown redevelopment of Quincy for nearly 30 years now, and I do want to see the downtown prosper and succeed. But I speak tonight from a widely shared concern that housing that is affordable for moderate income households is not currently part of the mixed-use development in the downtown as, excuse me, allergy season, as the URDP is currently structured and as it's being administered. I know members of this council are keenly aware of the increasingly urgent need for housing that is affordable, housing that is affordable not only for low-income households, but more and more, housing opportunities that are affordable for housing at or near median income levels. These are working people, young professionals at the beginning of their careers, teachers, municipal employees, nonprofit staff workers. These are seniors in retirement. These are family members, elders with sons and daughters who are increasingly unable to afford living in Quincy and must seek it elsewhere, far from their families and social networks built up over many years. Think about it. Rents of $2,000 to $3,000 a month, which as I looked online at the rent schedule currently downtown, these are rents that are beyond the reach of such households. $24,000, $36,000 a year. That's a lot. There are people that can afford it, and that's fine. But we need to consider all of the various income levels in our city. Family members, long-term residents, young adults, more recent arrivals in our community, young adults who grew up in the city, went to school here, have family and social ties here in Quincy, are being priced out of their own city. I remind the council that the original URDP and the District Improvement Financing Plan, the DIF plan, both adopted in 2007, these were both supported by the Quincy community. And as a member of the community, as members of the community, we clearly understood that affordable housing opportunities were to be part of the mixed-use development for the downtown. And I speak to you tonight for the fact that the current URDP, with its several amendments, together with the subsequent amendment to the inclusionary zoning ordinance, and current administration policy and permitting projects, the projects that are permitted today, make it highly unlikely from our perspective that any affordable housing will happen in the downtown redevelopment district, whether on site or through cash contributions to support affordable housing elsewhere in the city. Now, I do understand the city's need to get development going to provide new tax revenues to help finance city development costs. But in a larger sense, with a concern what is fair and just social policy, public policy must also serve the common good. Public spending must be for the good of all of its residents in all their varied economic and social conditions and situations. Public policy and public investment at the public's expense, including state and federal money, which we all pay one way or another, rich or poor. Public investment and or the sale of valuable public land to private developers cannot exclusively be for the benefit of one affluent class of residents alone. It's not just. The judgment of history is that in the long run, such policy is never wise policy. It is policy that, in the end, in the long run, works to undermine the social order. I remind the council that the present amendment envisions the use of general obligation bond financing, at least as bridge financing, or to cover shortfalls, even though it is budgeted at $0 in the chart. It is in the text, if you haven't already noticed that. Moreover, a good share, as I understand it, a good share of the anticipated new tax revenues must go to the DIF bond debt service, so that additional costs of city services that will certainly be needed and appropriate for the new downtown add to the general tax burden that we all pay as a city together. It does not seem fair or just public policy that public funds be spent, which are paid by all residents, through rent, if not directly, or that public land be sold for the sake of building an enclave for the affluent alone. It does not seem fair or just that increasingly valuable city property be sold to private developers to serve one class of households alone without specifying compensating contributions to the common good. So I urge the city council to take this opportunity of approving amendment number 4 to the URDP as an opportunity to assure that the downtown development, as it moves forward, includes specified contributions to housing that is affordable to households that are near the median income levels. Basically, housing for the middle class. Specifically, I urge the council to include the text adding contributions to affordable housing in the list of considerations for a land disposition agreement or an urban redevelopment covenant, along with the currently specified contributions to infrastructure, parking, and public arts. I also urge the council to strengthen council approval authority over urban redevelopment covenants. It is obvious, to me at least, that the newly added language regarding council review and recommendation is far from being strong enough to accomplish the purpose. If these things cannot be done with this amendment as is currently before the council, I ask this council to vote it down. Send it back to administration to be revised with negotiations as might be appropriate with council members and community leaders to achieve this goal. On behalf of all Quincy households who are struggling to pay increasingly unaffordable rents and their family members, I thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Bennett. Thank you, Reverend Bennett. For the record, that was for, we were asking for in favor, of course, we will put yours into the opposition, just so that you are aware. We referenced the hearing of the council language of review.
I have a point of order, Madam Chairman.
Sure.
In past, having sat through this, usually, again, I don't think there's too many people in the chamber who oppose downtown development. I think that people want the opportunity to comment on things that they feel that might be de facto relevant. But in past ones, I don't recall us necessarily dividing this into for or against, as much as it was just open to public testimony. Just for the record.
Procedurally, we do in favor and opposition. However, I understand you have
No, excuse me, I don't understand the question.
Procedurally, how the council holds a public hearing. It's just a technical detail. As for the language relative to council review of the covenant, that has been, we have some amendments. We will be talking about that during our ordinance committee meeting. So it was just something you referenced. Thank you for your commentary.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? I'll call that part of the public hearing closed. Anyone wishing to?
Councilman?
Go ahead. Mr. Baptiste.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you to the council. My name is James Baptiste. I'm the planning director of the city of Quincy. I do wish to reiterate the fact that the planning board was asked to review the URDP proposal, and they have come forward with a positive recommendation, and that should be noted. Also, the Citizens Advisory Committee has, in fact, met on this URDP 4 and also have offered a positive recommendation. The chairman of that committee, Marilyn Manning, is available this evening to speak on behalf of the Citizens Advisory Committee. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
It was quick, Mike. I couldn't get out of my chair quick. I feel close to it. Dave McCarthy, 48 Whitney Road, for the record. I'm here to speak a little bit about the Citizens Advisory Committee. Myself, Marilyn Manning, who's behind, will come to the podium after me and say a few words. Walter Hannon and Maureen Rogers. We've discussed all the amendments. We even got a history lesson, again, in Amendment 1 and Amendment 2. We were here a month or so ago on Amendment 3, including MBTA garage. And tonight I'm here in support of Amendment 4. which really talks about the Hancock lot. There's a few items, and I don't want to go into everything in detail because I know you folks have a letter in front of you from the Citizens Advisory Committee. But looking at the drawings and getting a briefing, and a great briefing from Jim Fatsis and Rob Stevens, the Hancock lot really is a key to unlocking the downtown. It gives the city the ability to go in and spend some money to revitalize it to the point where developers are going to line up to want to build in that area. It gives the city the opportunity to start to plan and build pedestrian plazas and parking structures. And the parking structure was one of the items that we spoke a little bit in detail about because of the traffic in Quincy. And I think personally, after talking to Jim and Rob Stevens, the position of the garage, the amount of runway it has for cars to get in and out of the garage, it shouldn't impact the Walter Hannon Parkway. It should be in a great position. So please pay attention to where that is and think about that because we know traffic's always an issue in Quincy. It also gives the council more input into urban renewal covenants reached by the mayor, which I think is a good thing. The mayor does a lot of work to try to get private developers involved, like Mr. O'Connell and Mr. Galvin, but at least it gives the council an opportunity to weigh in, and I know that is on the council's mind. And it also includes, I think, a proper budgeting financing program in regards to the DIF. There are 4 bullets. I know Marilyn's going to speak a little about them, but on that handout that touch on those items in a little bit more detail, but I fully support Amendment 4. Thank you.
I'm Marilyn Manning, 230 Willard Street, Quincy, and I'm chairperson of the Citizens Advisory Committee. There's really no need for me to reiterate what they just told you, and we've clearly crafted our comments in the papers that were handed out today. You're all perfectly capable of reading them and have the ability to ask questions. We spent a great deal of time going over the plan. I asked naive questions, as any citizen might ask, since I do not have an engineering or a civic background. So that we were very pleased with the answers we had, and we truly support, as a group, this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, Marilyn has a very extensive civic involvement background in our downtown, so thank you for your service. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
I'm Beth Anstrollo. I'm the Director of Quincy Community Action Programs. I think I'm speaking in favor of it. I'm really here to talk about the need that we see at Quincy Community Action Council, known as we serve low and moderate income residents, and have for really since our inception worked with many of the residents in the city who have housing needs. And it continues to be the #1 priority issue for our clients. The need for affordable housing is not a new issue in the city. It's not a new issue for us. We've seen it for at least 20 years of our strategic planning process. And more recently, I think it's supported by the housing production plan that the city released this year. So I want to just briefly draw your attention to a few facts in that plan that I think have some relevance in terms of the need. The average, the median household income, is about $61,000 in the city. The plan talks about 40% of the households in the city being cost burdened by housing. That fits directly with what we see in our work at QCAP. We have a presence in the Quincy District Court every Thursday morning in the housing court. It's not technically a housing court, it's when we hear the housing cases. And we've seen about a 15% increase in the number of evictions over the past year, which is pretty significant for us. Those numbers are always high to begin with. Less than 10% of the units in the city are considered affordable, as illustrated in the housing production plan, which means the city is vulnerable to a 40B application, which you, I think, have a sense of what that means in terms of facing a proposal for a project that would not be maybe as desirable. So with the building of new units, which we support, there does need to be a commensurate contribution of affordable units, or that 10% number is never going to be realized, which could be become a significant issue. So it's not a new issue. I think we all know that. And we worked very hard over 15 years ago with the mayor at the time, city council, the community, and the developers to create the inclusionary zoning ordinance, which I think has been a vehicle that has created more affordable units in the city, and we want to see that continue. So I encourage you as a council to, like us, I know you support the downtown development, we do too, and we think we can balance the downtown development with creating more units of affordable housing. So I guess technically I'm supportive of that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doris Moore. I live at 278 Whitwell Street in Quincy. I'm a voter. I was born in this city. My parents were born in this city. Some of my grandparents were born here. The rest moved here as immigrants. We have been working class people all of our lives. I'm the only one who graduated from college, thanks to them. And I do want to say, I really think it's a shame that affordable housing is not included in this plan. We have people of this city who built it, other working class people. My grandparents and my father worked at the shipyard, my father worked for the city, my brother has worked for the city, my other grandfather worked for Tula Rivet down in Wollaston. And these families who struggled to build this city shouldn't be ignored. I think it's shameful to even think that there's no affordable housing in this. I do want to say that I have a nephew right now who was forced to move out of the house he was in because it was sold. He wasn't given the opportunity to buy it on a timely basis. And his search for housing in Quincy, for affordable, decent housing, has been really revealing. I'm shocked at what he's had to look for and what kind of rents are asked for. The kinds of people they are, where both people work in the family. They have children and both parents are required to work. I do want to say that no developer, I do not believe that any developer would be building in this city to lose money. And that affordable housing is not going to hurt. This is a gold mine. We are just south of Boston. This is a place where people can make money and they know it, and that's why they're coming here. It's not going to cost them anything not to come here and build affordable housing. I remember what's now called the Hancock Lot, which was on the Revere Road, with very nice houses. I remember when those houses, I'm old enough to remember when those houses were torn down. And they were torn down for a very good public reason, that Quincy needed parking. Well, look at what has happened with that lot. So I want you to think really carefully about anything you do in this city. You're putting a burden on the taxpayers. People like myself are struggling to hold on to our houses and pay the increases on our taxes. And we don't want our children to leave this town. We want them to be able to find housing in this town because they work for it, so do we.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to call that part of the public hearing? Or is anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Like Councilor Finn said, it's not like I'm in opposition, I just have a couple.
Name and address for the record.
John Oakfield, 62 Groundwall Road. I'm for development. One thing I want to bring up, something, I just saw the plan today, thank you, Mr. Fatsy. Both plans are posted on the internet site now, so you can find them. And I just looked at it tonight, but that IQ funding of $40 million, IQ might not even be around in 2 years. So they're depending on like a credit card that you might not even have in the future. Consider that, that's a big thing. And the main thing I was reading here was saying the main part of this amendment is instead of having a single master developer to make sure the entire downtown made sense, you're going to have separate developers do a little piece. I would think it would be nice to have the city councilors, you got developers of this project. And for affordable housing, we should be talking about like affordable condos for homeowners like my parents who've been in the city their whole life, who can buy something affordable. So we know who these 200 good people are moving up there. Let's make another building in zone 2 or whatever for the teachers, so we can get good teachers to come to our town. We need to know the people who are coming to this place, not just build buildings, or it's going to be like Taunton, Massachusetts, where I'm fighting a war every day with tenants and landlords. It's not about building buildings that are way overpriced. It's about finding good people who want to move to the city. And, you know, you guys have the power as long as you don't give it away to the mayor. I'm not really sure what these amendments mean. They need to be more forthright. We need more people to come out, and I'm all done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Evening. My name is Stuart Schreier. I'm an attorney. I live in Quincy on Shelton Road, and I'm here wearing 2 hats. So I'm going to speak first as an attorney representing Olin Goodman. You already have a letter from her, but I think I'd like to try and explain what her concerns are. I also don't think she's totally against all development. I don't think that's the point. I think the point is you have a neighborhood sitting there of houses that are 2.5 or 3 stories high at most, and you're building a 15-story building near to that. It'll be the tallest building in Quincy. What needs to happen is when you have larger buildings, they're invariably built gradually building up to that. So people living in a two-family or 3-family house aren't facing a 15-story building. There are real concerns about that. I think Ms. Goodman really has concerns that she's lived there for decades. And the neighborhood is changing, which is okay. Change is not always bad, sometimes it's good. But these changes are so substantial and so much that you really should be thinking about whether a 15-story building is appropriate. You may be long past that, you may not want to think about it anymore. So that's her point. Now, my point is a little different. Now, taking off that hat as an attorney, I'm here just as a citizen who lives in Quincy, and I have a concern. I have a concern because nothing's been done to address the traffic problem getting out of Quincy in the morning. Okay? I don't know how many of you have to get up every morning and go over that beautiful new bridge that we have. Yet nothing was done during the rebuilding of that bridge to make it so that people could actually travel over the bridge at a reasonable time. Some mornings, especially Tuesday mornings for some unknown reason, the traffic is backed up at least halfway to Dunkin' Donuts. We all have concerns about our environment. When people sit in traffic for 45 minutes to go 1 mile, and there's hundreds and hundreds of cars sitting there, how much pollution is being spewed out? Now, you cannot build 500 more units of housing, condos, apartments, without addressing these traffic concerns. It's insane. It's not a problem that can't be solved. It's not a problem that this council and this city can't address. I know you don't control Southern Artery. I know you don't control that beautiful bridge. But certainly, if the city wrote a letter to the state and said, we need some help here, we need some solutions, something would be done. You can't build more housing and not provide a way to get in and out of the city. It's not right. It shouldn't take an hour to go a mile, or 45 minutes to go a mile to get over the bridge, to get out of Quincy. And what is going to happen when you put another 100 cars in the morning going over that bridge? There is ambulances to go over that bridge to go to Boston. There are people that sit, they can't, even an ambulance cannot get through. Nobody can move over even if they want to. There's no place to move over. We know that's the route to get to the city, to go to a hospital if you have to go. So, what this council needs to do is figure out how they're going to address it. Not just the downtown park driving problem when you have traffic. Because, you know, in the afternoon when you just go into the store, if it takes an extra few minutes, that's not really going to change a person's life. But every morning when you have to go to work, The only morning you can go to work is Friday mornings. For some reason, the bridge is empty. And I ask you to please think about the traffic problem.
Thank you, Mr. Charter. Just for the record, as he referenced, Ms. Gibbon, she had requested to read her letter into the record, and I just want to do so at this point. I'm opposed to the following. Dear Planning Director Patsy, Mayor Cook, Council President Hughes, and city officials, I received your notice of the June 20th public hearing scheduled for 6 p.m. on the above, in which to inform you of my opposition to this amendment since I am unable to attend. I am opposed for the following reasons. Selling public land for more benefits to developers than to the city. This has been referred to as LDA, which means land disposition agreement. No low-income housing is included in the deal. The stated number of new apartments is 283 units, which is much an added strain on public service, fire, police, schools, etc. Environmental concerns with the original town brook, pollution from a 600-car garage and air quality, height and density concerns and impacts on butters with traffic detours, noise, and all other neighborhood disruption. I have not been able to see or read the details of this plan since I'm still recovering from surgery, and I'm unable to get to the planning department office in person. Thank you for acknowledging this letter of opposition. Alan Goodman, 31A, review owner 31-33 and 35-37. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nick Pavlias. I am here as an attorney on behalf of the Sherman Realty Trust, who owns the property at 1562, 1564, 1566, and 1568 Hancock Street. And first, I want to express, similar to many of those who were a little torn between the for and against, I want to express my clients do support the overall expansion, and the opposition or the concern with respect to this amendment is specific to the amendment at this point. And similar to the Reverend and the others who were here for the amendment, but expressed significant concerns with respect to affordable housing in the working class, the concerns with this amendment are similarly for the property owners who have been here in the downtown area, the commercial people who, like my clients' grandparents, built the property and kept it in the family for decades and took care of the property and want to invest in their property. But the amendment here contains several vague references to additional properties perhaps being acquired in the future. So there's nothing here in the amendment that reassures existing property owners that their property is not subject to the next amendment, or that there isn't this vague language that may or may not be targeted to them depending on how close they are to the properties. So the opposition is because there's nothing here to reassure them, and the land that's being taken is going to developers. It's not being, this doesn't appease the existing property owners to let them know that they should invest in their property. And tenants who are coming to look in the downtown area for properties to rent for their commercial buildings, their small businesses, they look and they see these things. They're worried about whether the property that they go and occupy and invest in is going to be taken by another domain, or if it's just not going to survive, and they need to be a Fortune 50 company to be able to be 5-10 years from now thriving in the downtown area. So the residents and the commercial property owners here are not fairly represented, just like the affordable housing concerns and the working class concerns. We have working class commercial property owners who are being pushed out in the downtown area and want to invest and want to stay here in Quincy. But the amendment does not reassure them that their time and investment would be wise at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
You all know me. My name is Bill Zanza, with Circle Quincy. As for the matter at hand, the proposed Fourth Amendment to the URDP, please consider the following. This document, dated May 23rd, 2016, which I understand there's a follow-up one, which is a little different, is a classic example of why the Pentagon all but invariably refuses to allow the use of PowerPoint-based presentations. The reason? PowerPoint makes a matter at hand look neat, tidy, and duly addressed with a point of fact,
Rarely are complex matters so readily addressed and clearly presented. In this instance, while you can all opt to accept the proposed amendment as proposed, implementation concerns would still be numerous, if not variously problematic. For example, this document talks up about how the mayor's current plan is replete with landscaping and public space, as well as at least implies that it is consistent with the original Goody and Clancy visioning plan for Quincy Center that was the result of public input, and what Streetworks then further developed into a master plan. Nothing could be further from the truth. At best, the Ross Garage area is currently proposed to feature a little more than landscape sidewalks and some private property open spaces such as the affect of a brochure for the Cleveland Place condominiums. To quote former planning director Dennis Harrington, such is not a plan for a new Quincy Center. And as for what is envisioned for the block bounded by Revere Road, McGrath Highway, Dennis Ryan Parkway, Cottage Ave, and Hancock Street, most of the modest open space currently planned in this area, as compared to past plans, is either but easement space between existing and planned buildings, or but modest open spaces largely within the perimeter of the anticipated final build-out. Such is not public space. Rather, such space instead overwhelmingly benefits the commercial or residential abutters. This variety is especially problematic as this land, the Hancock parking lot, is currently public property that the administration is proposing to sell off to private interests, if not also at bargain prices. These proposed but misnomered public spaces also propose potential public safety issues, such as much of them are blocked off from ready view from the perimeter of what is anticipated to be an extensively redeveloped block. There are also grave problems with the administration's proposed amendment to the ORD involving public policy, public financing, as well as standing ordinances. For but one key intertwined problem. It involves both affordable housing and the use of DIF debt proceeds. I don't know how many of you have actually slogged through the District Improvement Fund debt documents, but they clearly state that it was expected that the DIF area redevelopment would adhere to the city's affordable housing policies and practices. There are also extant and thus governing city ordinances to this effect. The administration, however, has opted to unilaterally waive any affordable housing obligations on the first two projects to actually break ground within the Quincy Center URDP DIF areas per its view of the state statute. The mayor has also gone on to unilaterally approve the use of DIF funds to effect infrastructure improvements around and in support of at least one of these projects. The administration can say what it may, but the applicable state law it decided neither does nor can override the existing city ordinances germane to the DIF bond authorization or its indenture. Rather, in this instance, local ordinance would clearly govern. I cannot speak for the council, but such a disregard of fiduciary terms, formally set obligations, is troubling, if not open to all manner of serious and potential problems for the city. It is thus unfortunate that these concerns were not addressed at the city's bond council when she appeared before the council several weeks ago, as, after all, the money spent arises from municipal bond debt issuance. A further concern is the very operating plan and budget indicated within this document. Specifically, if you look at pages 32 and 33, you will see noted a project budget that notes a projected cost of $128,708,750 and $162,650,000 in projected URDP project funding sources. These figures are flawed, if not fatally so. For but starters, the URDP funding sources list includes what one can only assume is the original $40 million DIF bond authorization. However, these funds have already all but been spent or otherwise committed.
whereas the project budget fails to include the corresponding outlays of the $40 million in the project budget expenditures. As such, the project budget in the document provided by the city is thus $6 million in the hole, and it only gets worse. The project budget notes $40 million in authorized IQ funding. There are two great problems with this presentation. One is that other presidents, half of the hope for $40 million in IQ funding has long been essentially earmarked to cover the at last report $20 million in funding that is still needed to complete Adams Green. Nowhere, however, does this expense appear to be duly noted within the project budget cost projections. As such, the only properly revised projected cost and revenue figures thus further increase the project deficit to $26 million. Additionally, the $40 million in IQ funding from the state was predicated on street work's far larger and more commercially oriented $1.3 million development project. Per the presentation 2 weeks ago, the current projected build-out was projected on the order of $400 million, roughly a third of what Streetworks was planning, as well as it looks to have a lesser percentage of commercial development, which scores much higher on the IQ grant process. As such, there is every reason to suggest that only a fraction of the $40 million in authorized state IQ funding will actually be provided. On a strictly percentage basis, $15 million in IQ funding actually provided would thus appear to be an optimistic best case hope, and thus would move the funding shortfall to $51 million. And things only worsen on the cost side of the budget. At a planning committee meeting in the week of the administration's presentation 2 weeks ago on the URDP, the project cost was cited at $132 million, and thus $4 million of what was presented to you. Additionally, there's ample good reason for me to suggest that the projected $6 million of underground infrastructure work currently underway in front of this building could well end up running closer to $10 million. And I rather doubt that the state will pony up another $4 million to cover any such cost overrun. Add these two items into the mix, moves funding to a possible $50 million shortfall. And this is before any consideration of cost overruns into the mix. Given the administration's history of considerable cost overruns on its major projects, for example, the near 100% cost overrun on the originally promised to be no more than $6 million cost to remodel this building, opting to use but a mere 20% project cost overrun blood figure would be giving the administration a risky benefit of well-deserved doubt. In any event, assuming just 20% cost overrun in the mix, the administration's proposed budget would thus appear to be $90 million short of funding, and thus not the $34 million it cited in its proposed budget. Even scarier, however, is that the total swing in duly adjusted figures in the administration's own project budget is $131 million. In other words, the administration is off the mark on its own project budget by a figure greater than its projected costs in its own budget. In all honesty, I've seen better business plan financial projections written on the back of cocktail napkins after way too many cocktails. Not to mention that this is but one dire problem with the administration's proposal. Other concerns in the administration's proposal is the heretofore unaddressed cost of providing local services to the new developments and residents of Quincy Center. Simply put, will there be sufficient new revenue available to cover the costs of providing local services to the projected new development within Quincy Center? The administration has made much, albeit without much in the way of hard projections, of how the DIF bond debt to pay for the redevelopment of Quincy Center will be sufficiently covered with the new development property tax from within the special tax district. There are two great concerns with this presentation. beyond the positive financial projections provided. One is that will that redevelopment happen? And will it be sufficient to cover the debt service? As is said about many things, timing is everything. Next, as four of you are new to the council, please allow me to
Excuse me,
know.
Mr. Zanzal, you know the rules of the chamber, you've long exceeded the public hearing timeline, you might be wrapping up, or?
Margaret, I'll be wrapping up shortly. I think I'm the last person.
Give me another minute. How do you know you're the last person? So there may be somebody behind.
Margaret, I will wrap up. I'd be much closer to wrapping up if we had an interview. Thank you. Simply put, will there be sufficient revenue available to cover the increased cost of providing local service through the projected new development? I'm sorry, I lost my place. As four of you are new to this, the city was late to develop a proper formal accounting to determine if the DIF district was going to be sufficient. To date, per the presentation by the administration, as well as what was presented to you 2 weeks ago, one should be nervous, especially after the current interest-only debt converts to regular principal and interest-paying long-term bonds. And as for the inevitable increase in the cost of debt service, it will be roughly 5 times greater than the current interest-only rate. In other words, this increase in debt service is several times greater than what happened with little to no money down pre-crash 2008 subprime mortgages, when these loans' initial fees or rates flipped to market rates. This in turn begs a related question. Will the new district, with the new development within the district, also provide sufficient new tax revenue to cover the cost of providing local services to the new businesses and residents of Quincy Center? This is not clear. And if there isn't enough revenue after the DIF debt service is taken out, there is no protection for those outside the DIF to not be stuck with subsidizing the costs of services provided to those within the DIF, or be hit with cuts in local services citywide to balance the city's annual budget, or some combination of both. Granted, such will take some effort to determine if this is the case, but the fact of the matter is such is a very standard cost accounting exercise, as well as utterly standard review undertaken of nature of the size. Accordingly, it's only reasonably expected the council should delay consideration of the fourth amendment of the URDP until the administration can provide a revised project budget explaining where the plans to find as much as $90 million shortfall, as well as the council must discern independently if there will be sufficient tax revenue to cover both the DIF service over the 40-plus years lifetime of this debt, as well as yield sufficient revenue to cover the increased costs that will be incurred on annual budgets over several decades to come to provide local services to the new businesses and residents projected to be moving to Quincy Center. Simply put, absent your insisting on seeing these matters duly addressed, you're all flying blind, but not also potentially malfeasant as regards to vetting whether or not what the administration is currently proposing for redeveloping Quincy Center is going to be a burden for all or not for decades to come. Finally.
You've exceeded you've given more than your ample share of time, Mr. Zandel. Thank you.
That's fine, Margaret. Finally.
Anyone else wishing to speak
Margaret,
in opposition?
wrapping up.
Please come forward.
Just a point of privilege.
I don't believe, per Robert's rules, that the audience gets a point of personal privilege, but Mr. Sheldon, then for you, Reverend.
With apologies to the council, I have new hearing aids and I really can't hear what you said, so I had understood you were just opening the discussion. So I want to make sure that I want to be recorded as in opposition, even though I am in favor of downtown development, with apologies.
Understood, Mr. Reverend. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Margaret, I'd like to wrap up.
With that,
Do you have a problem
that
with
part of
the
the public
exercise?
hearing closed. share. Please join us. Okay. Good evening. I would like to open the Council Ordinance Committee. This is a joint meeting of the Ordinance Committee, Finance Committee, and Downtown Economic Growth of the Quincy City Council. We are meeting relative to 2016-078, updating URDP Section 12.023, Section 2D, Covenant Definition Update. And be it ordained by the City Council, the Quincy Municipal Code is hereby amended. Thank you. Council Order 2016-133, Urban Revitalization Development Plan Amendment Number 4. Council Order 2016-155, appropriation of $1 million for Quincy Center District Improvement Program. With that, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Council King. Council Cole.
Present.
Council DeBona.
Present.
Council Finn.
Present.
Council Harris.
Present.
Council Hughes. Council Leeang. Present. Council Palmucci.
Present.
Chairman LaFleur.
Present.
7.
Great. I believe we, before we get started with council remarks, Councilor Shea had some comments.
Is this mine?
It is you.
In terms of the amendment of the language relating to urban redevelopment covenant, I believe what we accomplished at the meeting 2 weeks ago was to introduce some substitute language that was settled upon among the councilors and the mayor's office, which was substituted for the language in the urban renewal, the Fourth Amendment. And that was as amended by that substitute language. That's the version that was approved by the planning board, I believe, 2 evenings later. So that in effect moves the discussion of the language prior to that settlement.
I appreciate the clarification. Okay, with that, Councilor Finn.
No, on that basis, I would, again, if based on what Councilor Shea has explained to us, but also if it's sufficient for the chair of the downtown committee, then I would motion that we file 2006-07, place it on file.
Motion placed on file 2016-078. Councilor Leeang, is chair of the downtown committee.
You just clarify what that message means.
So when the council files, someone's kind of tabling it for not having it as a matter of discussion at this point. It would just be kind of filed. It was something that was brought up. It stays in the council record, but no longer for discussion as part of this matter. And comes off the council calendar as well. We need a vote on that. Okay. Councilor Clerk, if you can please call the roll.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Cole.
Yes.
Council DeBona.
Yes.
Council Finn.
Yes.
Council Harris.
Yes.
Council Hughes. Council Leeang. Yes. Council Palmucci.
No.
Chairman LaFleur.
Yes. Thank you. Councilor Finn, are you all set?
On that matter,
Okay.
yeah, although I did ask, I wanted to make certain that the language was consistent with what? Correct. I mean, it was the language that was read the last time. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Councilor Palmucci.
Madam Chairwoman, I'm not sure how you wish to proceed tonight, but if this is just a continuation of the last hearing. I have some questions based on the last hearing from some of the presenters. I didn't know if you had some things you wanted to do before that, but
I'm ready.
whenever you want me to, I'm ready to jump in.
I think let's get this going.
Okay. So just to explain my vote on the last one, whether you win a fight or lose a fight, I think some fights are worth just having, even if you lose them going into it. And I think fighting for the council to have more power and approval of the covenants that are negotiated by the mayor is a good thing. So that's why I voted against it. I do appreciate and see it as a small victory that agreed upon language that is is included in the URDP 4, although it has, while we have the ability as a council to review and make comment, we have no authority to prevent a covenant from going into effect. I just wanted to ask here on behalf of the mayor, is that Mr. Walker? I don't know who's. Good evening, Bill.
Good evening. Bill Geary, Special Counsel to the Mayor.
So, several weeks ago, I drafted a resolution asking that the administration review and present to the council other ways in which we could incentivize the downtown beyond, giving things away in a covenant, and waiving affordable housing, waiving art fee, waiving these things are calling, brick facade art. I had asked for the administration to look into, and the planning department to look into other ways we could incentivize downtown, because we all believe downtown needs to happen. That's not the debate. The debate isn't, do we think we should do something about downtown? That's done. We do. It's about how we implement the future of downtown and that revitalization. So I had drafted a resolution in this body, I believe, unanimously sent a resolution to the mayor asking him to look into and present back to us how we could use, whether or not we could use TIF agreements to incentivize downtown, or whether or not there was any other type of economic development incentive available to a municipality. I noticed in the last presentation that was never touched upon. Obviously, we're being asked to vote on the URDP, which is the main policy planning document for incentivizing downtown and redeveloping downtown. If we don't have that presentation or that discussion prior to voting on this, it doesn't make any sense to have it at all. And if we're going to talk about it after we vote on the URDP, it's not like we can go and put things in and, this is taking quite some time to put together. So I guess my question to you first is, has that happened, and is there a presentation to be made this evening?
There is not a presentation to be made this evening. We made our presentation at the last meeting of this body, and in deference to the members of the public who are here, we remain seated, but we are here available to answer questions the presenters who presented that evening. As to the council law you're referring to, I'm not personally familiar with that one. Is that a recent one, or is that one from?
It was about a month ago.
Okay.
It was a resolution supported unanimously by the body asking the administration to talk about other ways in which we could incentivize downtown. A resolution is an expression of the will of the body.
Yeah.
And we asked for additional information. So there's nothing in terms of that discussion happening.
Well, let me say, in terms of what the administration does on an ongoing basis.
No, I'm just specific to that resolution.
Specific to that resolution, I do know that the planning department and the planning director have been looking at. I understood that there was a reference to Mass General Law 121A and other TIFs, but I didn't realize it was a resolution, and that's probably my shortcoming. But I can assure the council that we certainly are pursuing any of the tools that are made available by the Commonwealth to incentivize development in a blighted area. And that includes TIFs, and it includes other types of grants that may be available from the Commonwealth.
Okay. And the reason why I bring that up is because I was disappointed it wasn't involved, discussion of 121As or TIFs or any other ways in which to economically incentivize the development, the redevelopment of downtown. Wasn't in the presentation last time. And it struck me as the resolution was simply ignored, so that this body had made a request to the mayor, hey, we'd like some additional information about how we can help revitalize downtown. If you will, you can call it a recommendation that goes to the administration, and we would like to discuss that. And what we're agreeing to with this URDP Amendment 4 tonight, and removing 2016-078, which would give the council the ability, just filed, giving the council the ability to approve the covenants. What we have instead is all urban redevelopment covenants shall be submitted to the City Council for the Council's review and recommendations. The City Council shall have 30 calendar days from the date that the proposed covenant is filed with the City Clerk to provide any recommendations by the Council to the Mayor regarding the developer's proposed contributions to infrastructure, contributions to parking costs, and compliance with the downtown public art program before the mayor finalizes the covenant. So the reason why those two things are related, to me, the way I look at it as a city councilor, is unanimously this body made a recommendation to the mayor that we would like some additional information relative to our ability to pass the URDP, to vet the URDP, to consider it, and that was ignored. And we're celebrating a victory of adding language to the URDP that gives us that same ability in the future. That should the mayor reach a covenant that is inconsistent with perhaps what this body believes the URDP stands for in terms of parking contributions, infrastructure contribution, public art, affordable housing. The only power we have is by a vote of this body to send a resolution, if you will, to the mayor and have him either do something with it or not. So to me, it suggests that already the mayor and the administration, if you will, are doing what they're going to do regardless of what this body wants, regardless of the will that this body expresses, even in terms of asking for additional information. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable. We're being asked to adopt the policy document that governs the entire development of downtown. That's what we're being asked to do tonight, to buy into the plan, to buy into the vision, to redevelop downtown, and then this is the roadmap of how to do it. And we asked for some information. I did, anyways. I drafted it because I wanted the information, and I was thankful that my colleagues unanimously supported that and said, yeah, that seems reasonable. We get some additional information. How else can we incentivize the development of downtown? And to have that be ignored is, you know, it's almost like a slap in the face. So I don't take that as a win that in terms of the covenants, that our ability to do anything and affect any change is simply a recommendation to the mayor, a recommendation to the administration. Because even when we ask for some information, it's not presented. So I can't see if the mayor thinks the covenant is good the way he drafts it, he sends it to us, we can talk about it, we can take a vote, and we can send it right back to the mayor saying, we love it, we don't like it, and to me, it doesn't seem like it's going to matter very much. That the administration is going to do what they're going to do, and you know, we're just an obstacle in the way of progress. I feel like that is how we are viewed. Because I can't wrap my head around how, in the LDA, by law, to dispose of any city assets, we have to take a vote. That's law. That's not city law, that's state law. So we play a role in the URDP as it currently stands, and as it would be if we are to amend it, that the council would play a role on any private land development. Yet, by rejecting Council Order 2016-78, rejecting the premise that the city council should play a role, an equal role to the one we play on private land, on public land, as if somehow we are incapable of doing so, as if somehow we will interject ourselves in such a way that nobody would want to develop downtown. That, to me, is insulting. I think it's insulting to the body, quite frankly. You know, I want the downtown to happen. It needs to happen. I believe, ultimately, in the mayor's end goal. I supported it in 2007 when he ran. In 2009, when I took a seat on this body, and I took several votes, including the LDA vote. I supported it then, and I support it now. It's just the devil's in the details. And I think we have I won't even call it a difference of opinion, because I don't know that the mayor and I do have a difference of opinion in how to get there. My issue is with what we've done thus far in the two covenants and the 3 developments that have been permitted thus far. I don't think that they hold true to this planning document in the way that I envisioned it the last time we amended this, or when I supported the downtown, the vision for the downtown previously. You know, we're clawing back on the public good that comes from this. We're clawing back, or the city is clawing back on affordable housing. I mean, it's stated as a policy goal that we should have affordable housing here. But we haven't. 3 projects have been permitted, not a single unit, not a single unit of affordable housing. And I don't think they paid into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund so the units could be replicated elsewhere. That's not following the policy. That may be following the letter of of each and every page here in this URDP saying that the mayor can enter into a covenant and waive certain things. Or, you know, the fact that there's this loophole now that you don't have to have affordable housing, even though it's stated as a policy goal. Stated as a policy goal by the administration, by the city council, the city of Quincy believes we should have affordable housing downtown. Yet no action, no step has been taken. In the 3 projects that have been permitted, there's been 0, not a single unit. Not a single unit that would be likely affordable to someone who makes that median, it's a household income, Beth? Yeah, but it's a $61,000 household income, median household income. We're not talking about people who don't have jobs, which they deserve housing too, but let's just focus on the highest of the common denominator in that world. We're talking about teachers. We're talking about firefighters. We're talking about the middle class. We're talking about recent college graduates who want to come back to their hometown and live in an area of the city that's growing, it's bustling. That's what we want. That's what I want of downtown. We want people to be able to come. We're building a downtown with the 3 projects that we have. I fear that we are building a downtown Quincy that Quincy residents can't afford. It's not, I don't see this as being built for Quincy residents. This is being built for people who want a cheaper place to live than Cambridge or Somerville or Charlestown. I mean, that's what this is. And that's the policy. And it's just, this is the first time that we've had an opportunity to vote. Mr. Mayor, you don't have to stand up there. I'm going to go on and on. I don't want you to feel like it's directed at you. I'm just vamping up here. So
With your permission, Council, let me respond here, because I think it's important for the Council to look at the proposed amendment as a global document. It may not be perfect. And your concerns about your council are, I'll take responsibility. I was unaware of that order. I was aware you had made references, and I thought it was references in a discussion that you might have been leading. I didn't realize it was transformed into a council order.
I know the longer I talk, the harder it is to follow,
so I can, as I did, assure the council that the administration is always looking for, as I said, tools to more effectively incentivize the development in downtown. And we will go back and come back to you with that. We would certainly never ignore an order by the council, particularly engaged in unanimously. The important thing of this amendment, and I hope is not lost on the council, is that this amendment finally democratizes a process that had not previously been democratized. It makes the city the master planner for its own city, for its own downtown. And this council does have authority, as you point out, under state law and under the terms of this URDP, which we acceded to when the language was offered, to review and approve those LDAs. That's real power.
So what's the difference between that power? I mean, why? We have that power under state law, so we clearly play a role. Why not give us that same power under private land and private developments?
Well, because there's a reason why the state law dictates the process for the disposition of public land and doesn't impose those requirements on private land.
Yeah, well, we could easily, and I mean, cut you off. I want to have that discussion.
Is that going to encourage development, or is it going to discourage development? And what the administration did was respond to outreach from Councilor Liang and Councilor Finn and offer a compromise that we thought fulfilled the legitimate goals that were articulated before the council for involving the council, for giving the council input, for allowing the council to shape it. And the fact of the matter is, as you said in your opening remarks, you actually accomplished that. You actually have a power for these covenants that you didn't otherwise have before you offered that order, before Councilor Liang and Councilor Finn reached out and the administration responded in a positive collegial fashion to work this out, because we want to work with the council collegially and collaboratively to get downtown development going. We may have a difference of opinion as it relates to affordable housing. And the difference of opinion isn't whether there should be affordable housing. The administration's track record on affordable housing throughout the city, through the trust, is very positive. And I know the good Reverend, he came to almost every single planning board and very ably articulated for affordable housing.
So if we don't have a disagreement about affordable housing, which, as I said, I don't think I do have a disagreement with
Well,
you.
no, we do.
What's the difference?
As to whether or not the economics of developing the downtown can support that burden in addition to the burden of infrastructure contributions, of contributions for public art, and for parking contributions. The fact of the matter is the cost of property in downtown Quincy is more expensive than the cost of property in most parts of Quincy. And if we're trying to rekindle Quincy Center as an economic engine, an engine that has mixed uses of commercial and residential activities as well as cultural activities, we need to be able to negotiate with prospective developers, not to give away the store, but to hold ourselves to certain standards that will allow them to make these feasible. And 121A is a tool that we are looking at.
Which is why I had asked that we get a presentation on how can we use 121A. Because if you're telling me that, you said, first of all, you said that potentially discourages development to have the council have that power. We'll talk about that in a minute. But whether or not the economics can support redevelopment of downtown with affordable housing in the downtown, that is where we can apply 121A payments. So it's kind of like, rather than having them invest the capital up front, we could give them a 121A break so that over 10 years, they more than make back the money, the capital investment needed to have affordable housing. So that's why I asked in that resolution to have that discussion. Let's see what we can do. Let's move around the pieces a little bit to see if we can't meet that agreed upon goal that affordable housing should be throughout the city. Because I represent, West and South Quincy, and I don't know why. Do you need to go?
No.
All right. I don't know why West and South Quincy, it's okay to have affordable housing there. It's okay to have affordable housing in residential neighborhoods, but not where we want the economic engine to be. I mean, we want Quincy to be culturally, economically, ethnically diverse. And how do we do that when we're only building luxury apartments and luxury condos? We're building a luxury downtown, a downtown Quincy that Quincy residents can't afford. So that's why I asked, let's talk about 121A, because there is a way in which you could structure it. Is there not, where you could say, okay, we're going to have you do the whatever it is, whatever we want to say it is for affordable housing. Say it's 10% affordable housing. Okay, so you build 200 units, 20 units have, let's call it 5% because it's better than what we got. So you have to build 10 units of affordable housing on a 200 unit building. Okay, 5%. And we say, okay, you're going to lose X amount of money. Say over a 5-year period, you're going to lose $1 million. I'm just making these numbers up. I don't know. Say you're going to lose $1 million because you can't charge market rent. You're the developer. So they say, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do 5% affordable housing because I'm going to lose $1 million. I can't get investors to come in on that. Fine. I'm okay with that. I accept that premise. So why can we not use 121A relief to add that to the mix and say, okay, $1 million is what you're going to lose over 5 years. So how about in year 1, we give you a $250,000 tax break. Year 2, $250,000 tax break. Year 3, until over 5 years, we give them the $1 million back. It helps incentivize the development of the downtown. People who are investing in these projects aren't investing for short term, they're investing for long term. So I don't know why we're not using 121A, because no one's mentioned it thus far, that we're using 121A at all in these private developments. Why are we not doing that? Why can we not reach our goals in a more inventive way?
You're mixing a number of issues here. The fact of the matter is that we are contemplating the use of 121A.
Probably on the public land, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right, because we're giving back to something we're selling. But let's talk about the private land. Why can't we use 121As on private land? Why can't we give economic benefit to someone who builds affordable housing?
Well, first of all, the mechanics of 121A are very complex and they require a lengthy process at the state level.
But that's a lengthy process that the developer on the public land is willing to go through. Why would we assume that it's not a lengthy process that the developer on the private land is?
Why wouldn't a private developer just go through the regular zoning?
They
And
could.
They would be exempt from this. They would just go through regular zoning.
They could.
They could.
Absolutely.
And so
Right.
what I'm saying is it seems as though you're proposing an incentive that wouldn't particularly be an incentive, and it certainly wouldn't be an incentive if the projects don't pencil. And that's the issue we're dealing with.
Well, that's how we incentivize it. We use 121As to help get the projects to pencil.
Well, it doesn't become an incentive for every single developer, and they are not easily granted. That's the reality that we're dealing with. And as for affordable housing, at the moment, it is exempt. The downtown urban redevelopment district is exempt from.
Yeah, it was
affordable
exempt
housing.
because Streetworks had promised to do 10% affordable housing or pay into the fund. That's why it's exempt.
I
So
can't speak to why it was exempted. This body, in its wisdom, in a prior period of time, did authorize the exemption. So that's the reality we're dealing with now, and that's the reality that we're trying to.
It was exempted when there was 10% affordable housing on the table. So there was a massive loophole in affordable housing that was created, and the master developer fell away, and it's not being plugged. Instead, I would suggest it's being stretched and utilized, and developers are jumping through that loophole because it saves them money. Which is fine. I have no problem with them saving money. Make money. I want people to be profitable downtown.
Right, and otherwise they're not going to come here. But the fact of the matter is, you keep giving the impression that there's scores of developers out there looking to site these developments here. There are not scores. There are some, and we are working with each of them individually. And I quite candidly can't re-debate whatever the debate was when the exemption was granted. And I'm not sure it's a productive exercise. And
I'm not asking you to debate that. I'm saying it's a policy position by this city that we have affordable housing in the downtown. It's a policy position, right? There's been 3 projects that have been permitted and not a single unit of affordable housing.
that policy position was superseded by the reality of an exemption in the zoning code. I see Brother Hines is standing.
We're having a great conversation. I have no interest in talking to Mr. Hines at this point.
But
I'd be happy to talk to him later
If he's not
on.
capable of answering your question, and therefore the edification of the council, I would defer to Brother Hines.
Well, then I'll stop asking you questions if you can't answer them. That's fine. And I don't mean that to be rude, but I'll move on because I have questions for RKG and for BSG. So perhaps first to the individual from BSG. Yes. Thank you. Your presentation was good last couple weeks ago. And I was actually Googling some stuff while you were talking on my phone. I was Googling some things. And you were talking about that Worcester project. Congratulations. I think it achieved a milestone since we last saw you. Correct?
Yes, it did.
Right. The city council adopted, is it a URDP or? They took a vote that essentially moved that thing forward.
Rural area in downtown Worcester. Yes.
Well, congratulations. That's another city that clearly, just like Quincy, very similar to Quincy in our, it's a blue collar city, working class city, and we're heading in the right direction, I think, in the state in general. These kind of projects are these redevelopment, revitalizations are moving forward. But so the main thing I wanted to ask you about was there was between February 2015 and May 2016, there were 10 community meetings that you held in Worcester, right? The last being the one that you had at the Centrum, or whatever it's called now?
There were 10 steering committee meetings in the city of Worcester. There was one public hearing, which was required by law, by regulation to adopt an urban renewal plan, and there were 2 other informative meetings.
And so that was the May 5th public meeting that you had at the DCU?
Correct.
Okay. And prior to that, every property owner and developer, every property owner, commercial and residential, was invited to that, right?
The city took care of that. I believe they informed every property owner within the proposed urban renewal area. Yes, that was their role.
And so my one question for you, will we be doing that in Quincy? Will there be a public meeting for this, and the city being the master developer, this being such a big change from where we've been previously? And I don't know if anyone told you, when the LDA was being contemplated, that selected, when Streetworks was the master developer, the administration went around to every community, every neighborhood, and held community meetings.
Right now, what we're doing is what's required by the state in order to submit an amendment to them for approval. So this tonight is obviously a public hearing. There was a planning board meeting and citizens advisory committee meeting. That's all that.
So other than the public hearing that was held tonight, are there any plans to have a public, to take the new URDP, that the city being the master developer, the changes that we're seeing between when Streetworks was involved and now they're not? Is there any plan to take that neighborhood to neighborhood, or to have one big community meeting where residents and property owners can give feedback?
Nothing's been scheduled at this point now.
Right, is the administration attempting to schedule that? Is that in the works?
Defer the administration on that.
Okay. Sure. Mr. Walker?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman. Yes, as we get further along the process, I think, Council, there might be a little bit diversion or difference in where we are with URDP versus where we will be with the firm development plans that come up with the LDAs in the fall. The URDP, as you mentioned earlier, Councilor, is a roadmap. It's a guidepost. It sets the stage for us to move forward. Largely the URDP, the vision within it, the plans outlined in it. There has not been a wholesale change, except in which the manner we're going about it, to the time when we did those meetings in every neighborhood across the city, where we did the planning exercises, where we met. We had 20 community meetings developed over the course of time, over the course of a couple of months. And those community meetings, those community meetings were based in large part on a need to get to a certain point. That point hasn't changed all that much. When we're back before this body, when the mayor's back before this body, and when we've had more discussions on the specific next steps, of course there's going to be community meetings, of course there's going to be public meetings. But what's before this body tonight is the framework. It is not a full budget. It is not a full development plan. It sets the arena for that to happen. It does include some specifics in it, but you are not being asked to vote for any project. You are not being asked to vote for any schematic or any design or any public parking facility or anything beyond the gap funding to help us with the planning of that next step.
So let me ask you, Mr. Walker. So, I mean, the URDP is our blueprint for redeveloping downtown, right? Fair to say? Right. There was a yes, not a yes. Yeah. And what your
next question?
Right. What your point is that the administration did 20 community meetings, which again I applaud. That's fantastic. That's the way it should be done. And you're saying that the blueprint hasn't changed that much.
I think
I'm not setting you up. I'm not going to suggest that it has.
From a global perspective, no. The vision of what's going to happen in the Hancock lot from a 30,000-foot view,
sure.
No, it really hasn't changed that much. If you look at the original designs back in 2008, 2009, 2010 of what even the former developer had proposed for the Hancock lot, it's very similar to what ultimately may be on the table when we get to that level of specifics.
And I don't disagree with it. I think that's a fair premise. So the blueprint hasn't changed. Therefore, the administration doesn't feel as though it needs to go back on a roadshow, if you will, to community, to neighborhood meetings.
We would much.
I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. That makes sense to me.
We would much prefer to go on the roadshow when we have every piece of the puzzle together, ready for you, ready for the public, ready to move forward. Right now, what's before you, and part of this is You know, the strategy that the mayor implemented is we're going slower, we're going piece by piece, and this is the next step in that strategy. When we have the full plan, the full agreement, what folks will be looking at if they decide it's the right
You're
decision.
only talking about the LDA, you're not talking about private land. The URDP covers both private land and public land. You keep making reference to the disposition agreement that'll be before us. And I understand that's why there's this rush to, not rush, there's this rush, I know what I mean, to change this, to amend the URDP now. It's because the LDA can't come in until we fix this, and it's, when we're talking about overall downtown, you guys, the representatives of the administration tonight, have just, you keep referring to the LDA as if that's the only piece that this body plays any role in, because the URDP is a blueprint for everything, both private land and public land, and only private land if they want to buy in. If they can go through the zoning board and the planning board, but if they want to go through the covenant process, they have to buy into the URDP, and that's where we, as a body, are able to weigh in. That's where we as a body are able to help shape and set the policy that will dictate how the downtown will be developed. And this, Mr. Walker, is the first time, the absolute first time this evening that the public has commented, and this body is likely to take a vote in making the city the master developer. I know it's, you know, it's been sitting with the administration for quite some time because you guys have been master developing with the 3 projects that have already occurred on private land, and you're already, I know you're working diligently with folks for the public land. But this tonight is the first time that this body is making a decision on the city being the master developer, because it was never brought to us before. The last time the mayor was here about the downtown, he said, come to announce that we've terminated the agreement with Streetworks. And we said, okay. And he said the next step is, you know, we're going to bring some folks in, we're going to think about how to approach this. It's probably going to be different, it's probably going to be piecemeal. And then the meeting after that is when we got, it was March 2015, when RKG came up and they said, this is how financially it's going to look moving forward. It's going to be $116 million, and there's going to be these, I think it was 6 phases, and this is how it's going to play out. We didn't take a vote that night. We didn't take a vote the night the mayor came. Tonight's the first time that this body has a say in the city being the master developer. And I understand we've been the master developer for, 2 years now, but this body has never had a say in that. And I'm not saying it's the wrong thing, but you're at one place, the administration, and the body's at another place. We haven't caught up yet because we haven't taken any votes on this. We haven't been involved in the decision in the approach as to how to be the master developer. So, this is saying, well, you'll get your say during the LDA. The LDA is a piece, it's a fraction of the redevelopment of downtown. And at least what some of the councilors are saying is we'd like to see affordable housing play a role. We'd like to see public spaces. We'd like to see the things that the folks who attended those community meetings, those 20 community meetings, said they liked about the Streetworks plan. There's a lot that was good about the Streetworks plan. Everything except the Streetworks. So this is our chance to help shape that policy. So it's not just take the vote so we can move on with things. You'll get your shot when the LDA comes. You can have all the say you want because we need your vote. Well, we're supposed to be working together here and moving in the forward direction. It's a vision we all share. I don't think there's anyone sitting around this well or anyone sitting in the audience who doesn't think that we need to head forward on the downtown and we need to revitalize the downtown. And it can be the economic engine that drives the city for years to come. But this is May 20th. This is our first time. This is the body's first time. This is my first time to even say anything about since Streetworks left at a council. Because we didn't have an opportunity to speak about it when the mayor presented before us and said he was cutting ties with Streetworks. And we didn't have much to say or much ability to say anything because we hadn't seen the RKG reports until you guys handed it to us and then you told us this is the way it's gonna go down. And okay, so we're at that. But then, I don't know, it was 2 weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. The 116 went to 134 or 138 million. That's the first time I've heard that change. And I talked to Mr. Fatsis and I've tried to get additional information, what's happening. I get that things change in a year and a half, 2 years. But again, things change with you guys because you're doing this every day. when that information isn't presented to the body or individually to counselors, when we're not going parallel along the tracks to get to that end, then we end up at different places at different times. So what I'm telling you for this particular counselor, I'm at a different place than the administration is. I'm on the same track. I'm headed towards the same goal, but I'm a little bit behind you in terms of being on board with the way we're going to get there. And that's perhaps because we haven't had enough time to discuss it. We haven't debated it enough here. I asked for some additional information about 121A payments to see if, is that something we can put on the table, TIF agreements, whatever we can do to incentivize it. And I'm not getting information back from the administration that I need to help get me to where you guys are at, because maybe you've already done that. Maybe you've already said, oh, that's not going to work for this reason, that's not going to work for that reason. But we don't know that. I'm not sitting in those meetings, this particular counselor. And I'd like to reference the May 23rd, 2016 letter from the mayor to Kirsten Hughes regarding the URDP Amendment number 4. This is the first time that I've heard since Streetworks has left that the city may need to acquire certain private properties for public improvements and future redevelopment. And this gentleman here, the attorney who represents the Hancock Street properties, is Napoli Pizza one of those?
No.
No? A little further down?
Yeah. This is the Rent-A-Center building and the...
Okay, the Rent-A-Center building. All right. So the folks who own that, I could see why they're saying, well, gee, does that include us or not include us? I mean, again, this is where public meetings at some point will clarify some of this for people who were involved. They want to know if we're going to take their property. But I didn't know that we were going to take property. Acquire certain private properties for public improvements and future redevelopment. What is that a reference to, Mr. Walker?
Councilor, and perhaps Councilor Hines can elaborate a little bit, but I do believe those acquisition properties have not changed over the course of many years, with maybe a couple exceptions. But every URDP, so now this is number 4, every URDP up to this point has included I believe, these specific properties as outlined.
Let me just ask you this. So the first sentence says, please find attached for your consideration the proposed Quincy Center URDP Amendment number 4, which is designed to update and replace certain sections of the URDP as affected by amendments number 1, number 2, number 3. Amendment number 4 will provide new data on an updated approach for downtown redevelopment and provide the following changes. And then it enumerates 12 changes. Number 8 is to facilitate prospective developments, the city will need to implement various public space and streetscape improvements, acquire certain private properties for public improvements and future redevelopment. So it seems to me that the mayor, in his May 23rd, 2016 letter, is suggesting that one of the changes to UR Amendment number 4 to the URDP is acquire certain private properties for public improvements. Is that maybe through you to our attorney? Do you know specifically, Mr. Shea? No, I'm going to ask our attorney. If I have a question for you, I will ask you. I know you were very eager to speak. I appreciate that. If I have a question, I'm going to ask our attorney, not the mayor's attorney. I'm going to ask our attorney.
City's attorney.
Thank you.
I know there were some parcels identified in earlier versions of the plan, and I understood also that there were 2, maybe 3 that were being added at this point. That's my understanding.
Okay.
So I think you're right.
Okay.
If we would like to clarify that.
By all means, Mr. Hines, you were so eager. I've said numerous times that I don't have a question for you. But by all means, answer the question I don't have.
If you'd like to.
I would not like you to, but you were going to anyway, so go ahead.
There were acquisition parcels in the original UIDP.
What are the new acquisition parcels?
Pardon?
What are the new acquisition parcels?
New acquisition parcels at this point, it's proposed to be where the Payless Shoe is, in the Fuji, in the middle of Hancock Street. They were just recently privately acquired with the anticipation that they would be acquired by the city to allow Plagman Street to extend across Hancock Street and open up the Hancock lot and to provide a significant amount of green space that the council asked for at the last passage this back in May of 15.
And those more, you got to give me the microphone back. I'm almost done. I've got 2 more questions, but I'll yield to Mr. Finn for a follow-up.
I just wanted a clarification because it sounds interesting to me. you suggested that they were acquired in anticipation of the city acquiring them. And yet, it goes back to, I think, the councilor's basic point. We don't have a URDP that's even approved that, and yet, so where are they getting that information from?
They were privately acquired by private interest, with the understanding that perhaps the city, with city council approval at the time, as that is required, to effectuate the plan. So if the city council, they basically took it as a placeholder.
It'll be interesting how they got that information, to be honest with you. I mean, kind of sounds like less than an arm's length transaction to me. If somebody's suggesting the city has its eyes on something and basically someone's being advised to the effect that this could possibly be acquired, and now they're making an investment.
Arm's length transaction between private interests, with the knowledge out there. The URDP for...
Well, the knowledge out, I mean, I think the council was just saying it's the first time that he saw the knowledge was of May 23rd. Yeah. So when were these properties purchased?
This past spring. Private interest.
Yeah, private interest, but you're the one who said, and I quote, in anticipation of the city acquiring those properties.
With the understanding that the city may acquire them. I did not describe it.
Well, I guess the question is who gave them that understanding when you don't even have an updated URDP designating these new particular areas for acquisition?
Plans have been generated that illustrate, at this point, the proposed development of the Hancock lot show Clive Street crossing Hancock Street and entering the lot in the footprint of the Paler.
Do we know who those private interests are?
We do.
Oh, who are the private interests that have secured those properties?
There's a shared LLC. There's individuals and there's an LLC. I don't know the name of it, but it is an associated entity with LBC.
And do we know who the members of those LLCs are?
Not that I'm versed with right now. It's public record. Secretary of State's office, public record.
Okay, Secretary of State. So you would be able to get us, I trust, the names of these very industrious speculators in some regards. I'd be very interested to find out, who those are. But that can be done. I mean, I'm a little taken aback. And I'll give it back to Councilor Palmucci on that one. It's kind of interesting.
What's the name of the LLC?
I don't know it off the top of my head. It's not LBC, it's an affiliate of it.
So what's the rough property address of that? I mean, the reason why I'm asking, I'll just jump right to it. How far away from is that property from his client's property? He doesn't know if his stuff's going to be bought. He's up here on behalf of his client saying, we have no idea what's going on. We want to make an investment, but we're not sure if the city's going to buy us, not buy us. Yet several months ago, there's another interest who knows so much about what the city's going to do. They're buying property in anticipation of the city buying.
Public record, that's how they became aware of it, shown in the plans that are generated. There's no plan, there's no anticipation at this point that involved the attorney's client's properties. It is all public record.
Where is it in public record?
It's in the plans that have been distributed about the layout of the Hancock lot.
And when were these made public? I mean, I was told, someone spoke tonight in the public hearing saying thank you. It was just recently put up on the website, so. It was just recently put up on the website. I'm not sure how someone could have bought something months ago in anticipation of.
I would say in March. They're determining the dates the plans are circulated.
All right, Mr. Walker, while we're waiting for that answer. And so then the last one, number 12, in this May 23rd, 2016 letter said, the estimated costs for the next phase of the development activities are also included. Where is that in the URDP?
My sense is, Council, is
Again, it's not a trick question.
That would be what is reported as the project budget.
Can you give me a page number? And show me what you're looking at.
32, 33, I believe.
That's the final thing here, this one. Mr. Shea seems to have a different one than I have. I'm sorry, Mr. Hines. I'm sorry, Mr. Walker. Yeah. I don't know who I'm insulting with that.
32 or 33, Council.
Just a point of order, I want to make sure everyone's looking. Just a point of order, I want to make sure everyone's looking at the right most recent updated amendment for. We have before us updated version dated June 6, 2016. I just want to make sure everyone's looking at the same. Page 32, page 33 is the budget doc.
It's a mess over here, Jack. I'm going to use Mr. Shay's. Page 32, 33. So $162,650,000.
I believe that's the revenue council and the 128, 708 is the budget.
128, 708. And that's arguably already including things we've purchased or no? Why is it 128 when a couple of weeks ago it was 134? I'm willing to give you the credit for the 116 over 2 years goes to 134. I'm willing to, chalk that up to some changes with that. In a matter of weeks, from 134 million to 128 million, seems significant change. Am I not asking the right question?
No, again, council,
I was just referencing the
Jeff can answer that question.
That question. The budget of $128,780,750 does include acquisition of parcels that were, the 4 parcels that were included in the original plan, as well as the parcels that have been added through Amendment 4.
The 128 includes that?
Yes.
So how did it go down? If you're adding more properties, how does it go down?
I'd like to defer to
RKG.
RKG, if that's okay with you.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. We're adding things to buy. I don't understand how the price goes down.
If you look at the other items in the budget, these numbers have changed as a result of additional, more detailed information, more studies being done by the planning department, acquiring information. These have been refined as accurately as possible.
Refined from the 116 that was presented in March 2015, is that what you're referring? Okay, and fair enough, I get that. In my conversations with Mr. Fazis, he explains in as much to me that some of the numbers have changed. So that new number was, and I forget where we got it, but we got it very recently in the past month. That new number was like 134 million or 138 million or 132 million. No, 130 million, right, Mr. Walker? You recall that? I mean, he's going to explain what the number represents, but you're good. At some point, we were told that it was approximately 130.
Well, Councilor, again, I would go back to what I said previously, that there is not a request for any of this money before you.
I know, but you're
These
asking.
are all projected. We're not asking you to approve any $130 million, any $128 million, any $134 million budget at this point. We're asking tonight for $1 million as part of
No, but it's in the URDP 4.
Right, but that
the
is...
number is really URDP 4.
Correct.
You're asking them to adopt the URDP 4.
We're not asking you to adopt the budget. The budget is, again, the budget in UIDP is a guidepost. Nothing becomes a budget until you have that in front of you, until you have a request for a specific amount, for a specific project that is outlined in a formal appropriation
No, I
request.
understand that, but I've been up here long enough to know that when we adopt a document that has a budget in it, that when the budget request, the appropriation actually comes in, the administration position is, well, you've already approved this because you approved the URDP 4, so, no, I've been up here long enough.
That's not true, Council. And in fact, the number that will be before you in the fall will be substantially less than the 128, 134, 116. Again, as we've explained, going forward, the next phase of funding will be for the work associated with the Hancock parking lot and the Hancock parking lot only. Those projects, as they come in the fall, will come with an appropriation request, which in part are certainly derived from this budget. But nobody is asking this body to approve anything related to this budget. They're all benchmarks, they're all estimates, they're all frameworks.
I understand that, but it's a blueprint. We're talking about the planning document that we're being asked to vote on. It contains some numbers. It's not unreasonable to kick the tires on those numbers and ask why the numbers changing, why is it going up, why is it going down?
I think
it's a reasonable question.
I think it's a totally reasonable question. The question why the planning of these numbers changes from point to point along in the process. But that is with the acknowledgement that yes, that is going to happen as we go forward until we have a firm request in front of you. Those numbers are going to keep moving. Things change.
If I could get the representative from RKG. He's our financial consultant on this, right? RKG. Okay. So the URDP discusses a number of 128 million. Right?
This amendment, that's correct.
Right, Fourth Amendment. The report from Redgate, Bryn McKinney and Associates that we were presented with on March 2nd, 2014, suggests 116 million. And again, I understand it's changed, so it's gone up, right? 116, 128, 116 million, 128 million. Last week, last time you were here, June 6th, so 2 weeks ago, the URDP project budget was presented to us in this, in the PowerPoint as being 134 million. I'm just trying to get my head around the numbers. So in the URDP 4 that we would be voting on, it's 128 million that's spelled out. But in this particular presentation that you guys made 2 weeks ago, it's $134 million.
Council, additional information, refinement of that budget has been an ongoing process from 2014 through 2015 through this point. As these numbers are trying to get as accurate a number as possible for the various cost elements that are included in that.
Sure, that makes sense.
The 128 is the most recent, the most accurate estimates we have at this time for this framework plan.
Okay, so you've seen this, right? Amendment number 4 updated?
Yes.
Okay, it says June 6, 2016, right?
Right.
And in it says 128 million.
Correct.
The presentation that we were given on June 6, 2016 says 134 million. So it's the same day in 2 different numbers. That's what my question is.
I don't have that document in front of me.
You were here. This was your...
I don't have that with me to see what exactly, how to compare it to what we have now. If I had a copy of it, I can tell you where the differences were.
But it was your presentation, right?
It is.
Okay.
Great.
Mr. Fatsis?
Yes.
Do you have an answer? I'm happy to let anyone have an answer. This is my final point, my final question. I just don't understand how on the same day we're presented with 2 different numbers that are, some quick math here, 128 is what, $6 million different? On the same day, 2 different numbers.
Council, the point I think we've been trying to make, and again, it's very clear. Mr. Walker spent the better part of the evening trying to explain to you that the URDP before you does not ask you to okay a budget.
So am I not entitled to understand what the current cost for the taxpayer is?
No, and we'll be happy to walk through the budget.
So I'm saying as of June 20th, even as of June 6th, I'm confused as to what the number is.
Well, we'll try to get that answer for you. There are a couple of other things that you're asking us to provide. We have for you too. In the questions that you asked me and the questions I sent you, the addresses to the 2 properties that you're requesting me right now is sitting before you in the response to on the Hancock Street property. Just wanted that to be clear to you. So it isn't something new. It's something that you asked me the last meeting.
It's something new in the URDP.
And I gave that to you in a list of questions. Okay? Very helpful. Okay. We'll get to the bottom of this. This isn't a cross-examination, Brian. And excuse me, Council. What I'm trying to say to you is, if in fact you're asking us, are we stuck on 134? Are we stuck on 128 in this URDP budget?
I know that you're not.
We are not.
It's a moving target.
So if you want to suggest that we can give you the backup behind both of those numbers, where we came up with them, they're nothing more than an extrapolation. That's all they are. And that's all they were, the purpose of the document before you.
You would agree with me that it's odd that 2 documents from administration on the same date have 2 different numbers, right? I mean,
I will find out what that answer is and get to you. We can ask, you can.
But it's a reasonable question, right? That on June 16th.
I agree. It's reasonable, it's odd, and we'll get you the answer.
Okay. That's all I have.
That's
Thank you, Mr. Fatsis. Excellent as always. Planning Director extraordinary. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Crowe.
Yeah, I mean, I do know it's in Ross, for sure, but I didn't know where it was in the queue. I had a question for you, but I guess some questions for the audience as well.
very much, Madam Chairman. Through you, I believe it would be, and again, I'm just looking for clarity here. I know that there was a, Jim, I know you were kind enough to come forward with some answers to questions that were raised in the last somewhat brief presentation that we had surrounding your RDP before last time. I believe that in one of the responses you talked about potential for 7 parcels to be acquired, right?
I believe that is true.
I'm just looking for clarity because when I referenced the URDP amendments, both the one late May as well as early as June 6th, they talk about 6. So I understand moving targets.
It is a moving target, and as we go forward, there is a possibility that other parcels in the URDP in the downtown may become targets for taking. I want to clarify a point that was made earlier, that we cannot take a property and an eminent domain and use it for another owner, if you will, okay, and make a commercial venture of it. Okay? So if what you're hearing are there are targets that are identified, it would be identified for a public purpose, be identified as a street, as a place for infrastructure, underground infrastructure to go through, maybe an easement. The properties that were discussed earlier and have been in the UIDP since the very inception are proposed properties that we identified over the course of this map, as we talked about, the UIDP being a map. As we contemplate the development of downtown, we can't know, as the Goody Clancy report started, then of course we had the Street Works report, then of course we came before you with the Red Gate report. There are decisions that will be made as we go forward, but I want to assure the public and I want to assure the attorney for a particular property owner that at this time we've identified in our documentation what we are contemplating. It does not necessarily mean we will take those properties. And to his point, if the properties were to be taken, all right, by the city, of course, it would be for a public purpose. If there is an opportunity or if an individual wants to market their property to another individual, that's a private transaction. We don't have our hands in any private transactions. And we can find out if, in fact, as individuals, as you know, it was mentioned that the LBC group was interested in purchasing properties in Quincy Center. They've been purchasing properties in Quincy Center for the better part of 2 years. I would disagree with maybe what was said earlier and say that there was an identification that we were going to go in one direction or not, because we don't know if we're going to go and take a particular property for, and you don't know, and we couldn't do it until we came before this body and said, we are interested in taking a particular property. This is what we would do. We've gone through it before. We would have to get a number of appraisals. There's a long process that has to go from one end to the other before we can engage in the taking of a property. And I just want that to be clear to anybody that's sitting at home listening to this, or anybody in this body. So I just don't want to get off on a tangent that I think we're getting off on. URPP before you is a roadmap. It moves. The budget moves. The individual parcels that are, contemplated for different reasons to be taken, they will change, and they have changed. And it's important that as we go before you with this URDP 4, we're not asking for any particular property to be taken. We're not asking for a specific budget to be utilized. We are just putting before you projections. And that is what we've done through every URDP
change that we put before you. We are trying to make that map clearer for this council and for this body so that they can formulate conversation. Also on 121A. 121A is a tool that is allowed by the state to offer an incentive. That is what I was at. That is what you're asking. Could we contemplate that? Yes, we can. And we shall. And anything else, if there's other incentives, a TIF incentive, of course, is pretty much tied to employment. But we'll consider the toolbox that the state of Massachusetts allows us to use to move this project along. But before any action, before any monies are requested, we need to have before you a sense of what comes next. That's what these UIDP revisions have been. These amendments have been. We put them before you to try in a direction where we are taking over. When I say we, the city of Quincy is the master developer in this project moving forward. That is our goal. That is the mayor's intention. That is certainly the planning department's intention. And that's where we're at. So if there are specifics that we can respond to as they relate to this UIDP Amendment 4, we're happy to talk about them. I'll look into any question as Council Pelham, which would tell you. I reached out to him after the last council meeting. He gave me a series of questions that we responded to. He also reached out to the chair of this committee. He reached out to the chair of your committee. He reached out to the council president. We reached out to all parties involved to encourage any questions that have popped up in your mind since the last presentation so that we could address them clearly. If it appears difficult for us to go to page 15 in a document and say, why is this number this and this? We can get that information. I just would like to make sure that the council and the body understands that. We also will tell you if that number, and we'll explain how we develop that number, but I'll also say whether this number is, as someone said earlier, kind of a holding place in a process. It's a living document. It will change again. It will be UIDP 5 before this council. And there'll be LDAs before this council. And that's what I'm just trying to make sure that everybody understands what we're trying to do to move the ball down the field, as Council Pelham, which you very clearly made. He understands that's where we're going. It's not a question of something that's going on that is a secret. We've shared the document, as you heard earlier from Mr. Walker. This project hasn't changed dramatically in its intent and its major scopes. Every single parcel at one point was going to be managed and, if you will, developed by a single developer. Now we have different individuals, different personalities, different companies coming forth with their proposals. Those proposals will go before this council, obviously as an LDA, on any public land. And we're going to make every effort on any private transaction to give the council an opportunity to review, look at it, and make a determination. As you've heard tonight, we talked earlier about the affordable housing. We're doing a great job in the city of Quincy. I am the chairman of the Affordable Housing Trust. I work very closely with Reverend Bennett. And I will tell you that we're looking very good across the city as far as affordable housing transactions. As Mr. Gary said, we are looking at the center as something that's different. Land costs are different. Parking participation is different. The utilities, or if you will, the implementing public improvements are participatory by those folks that are in it. That's a decision that the council will make, whether they feel comfortable with that or not. And we're okay with it. But what we are telling you is we are doing our best to incent movement in the downtown. I know the councilor speaks to 3 different projects that have been permitted. Only 2 are actually on the board, west of Chestnut, obviously, and the Galvin project, and then east of Chestnut we'll hear about later. But again, it is not this mayor or the city's intention not to address affordable housing. It addresses affordable housing everywhere in this city. As we go forward, as we've said to this council, we would be happy to review that as we go forward. But we'd like to get some traction first. That's all we're saying. And I just wanted to reiterate that point. Anything else you have to say, Brad? I'm more than happy to.
And I mean, I can appreciate that, and you were very judicious in reaching out to me, at least on the appropriation for us this evening, which I shared with the council. But I think the recurring sentiment is, at least as I interpret it here, is that we want to be involved. I think we've made that clear.
You have to be involved.
Well, right. My point is, though, this is what you do every day. You're the chief planner for the city of Quincy. A lot of the folks that are with us here this evening, this is your sole task. You're involved with the day-to-day evolution of this project. We understand and we get information into stuff on a different level because we're not involved in the day-to-day. So, as you know, because we've had this conversation several times, I don't know any other word to use except expectation. It's the expectation of this body that we're involved lockstep to an extent. And, I know that will vary, and I also know that when you're creating a downtown, there's risk. There's risk in everything, right? There's market risk, economic risk, and we take that. I start to, consider the financials, and I understand it's an evolving process. But one thing that I've heard shared here this evening, both from folks presenting at the podium as well as in the well here, is the dependence or the hopeful dependence on IQ funding, which, as you know, is a direct result of your ability to generate commercial revenue. I read through this report and I kind of get mixed reviews. I know it's in every line item. It's $40 million by on board, but I also know that the chief consultant for this project, Redgate, seemed to be a little less than optimistic that would qualify for that. Is that driven primarily by the market, or are we so sold on the fact that we're going to get IQ, and if not, how do we pivot and what's our alternative funding source?
Yeah. I want to bring up the IQ expert, but I will say this to you. There is no intention that IQ is going to come for commercial jobs.
Right.
We've all learned and we've all discussed at many points that residential comes first, followed by commercial.
So it's market driven.
It's market driven. Right. The short-term solution, the short-term ask for you is not in AHIQ. But let RKG take a shot at it, since they were part of putting together our IQ application. And of course, they do work for the state in appraising other IQ applications.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. Just on the IQ briefly, the Redgate plan correctly identified that the level of primarily office-driven employment is not going to be as great as it was in the earlier plan. It will happen at some point in time. I'm sure of that, but it's going to take a longer period of time for that kind of commercial growth to take place. It also depends on retail sales tax revenue. The retail, the adage is retail follows rooftops. When the rooftops are here with disposable income, spending money in the local economy, the retail will follow, and that's what's going to generate the kind of sales tax revenues that will support an increasing level of IQ funding. I see this, and step back a little bit, I see this really as this URDP is really setting the foundation for a lot of things that the council members are talking about in terms of 120 and it could be the IQ coming along. But in order to get that foundation built, right now the market is telling us that foundations can be built on market rate residential development. These projects that are in process now or in the planning stages that are being envisioned for the Hancock lot and ultimately for the Ross are driven by market rate residential development. Once that occurs and the incremental fifth tax break come off of that starts to generate the kind of incremental tax revenue that can be used in a variety of different ways once that basic infrastructure is paid for. The infrastructure is primarily parking, the infrastructure is the underground, below-grade horizontal infrastructure that has to be there before any of those other uses come along. And so that's really what the program is aimed at.
No, may I just ask a question? I don't know how familiar or unfamiliar you were with the resolution my fellow council had spoke about here this evening, but I thought it was a novel idea, and certainly worth exploring at the time when I voted to support it. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but essentially it was, you'd look at the private development, they'd pay a certain amount into a fund that would essentially subsidize the creation of the parking garages on the upfront, and then it would essentially back down almost like a tiered break point in terms of relief from their taxes. That was essentially a council, right? Have you ever seen any, and I heard your introduction, so I know that you're pretty versed in this stuff, but have you ever seen that uses to what I find it to be a pretty interesting
It's
concept.
my experience that 121A, it's very project site specific. It deals only with that particular property owner, that taxpayer, and as a developer going into the property is going to look at it and say, here's my equation, here are my costs, here are my revenues, here's what I can afford to invest in this project, here's where I need help. And a 121A is really focused on that project specifically. What we're looking at in downtown Quincy is really broader infrastructure, be it public parking, be it also the water, sewer, and the upgrades to the roads and the streets that make it to downtown Quincy that the vision envisions. That is stuff that one particular project isn't going to be able to afford to, even with the best tax breaks available to do. It has to be spread over not only the few projects that are on the table, but the next series of projects that come along in order to make that happen today so that the 5th, 6th, 7th project that comes along, in my humble opinion, there's going to be ample room and opportunity for 121A type agreements in order to facilitate that, because they are the developers who are going to want to be here and are going to be anxious to catch the wave that this process we're going through right now is trying to get generated.
So essentially you wouldn't apply, for lack of a better word, a broad-based 121A across the board? I know, I understand, I follow you when you say it's almost like an individual deal, but is there a standardized approach?
Well, actually, what was proposed before by Streetwork, where you had the 121A district in the downtown, was closest to it. You really had a single owner that you're dealing with, as opposed to multiple owners of different types of properties, each of which is a unique situation, unique set of needs, given their particular desires for what they want to do with the property. The DIF is really provides that kind of broad spread, broad case means and tool to be able to generate ongoing revenue that can be used to pay for that infrastructure and these things on a regular basis. And then as it goes over time, that increment continues to grow so that additional things can be done, or those additional increment can go back into the general fund.
Right. No, I totally understand that. As much as I hear 121A as a tool, I also know that DIF is a cash flow game, right? You need to generate enough cash flow to be fully self-supporting the structure that's essentially its own entity downtown, correct? So, I mean, as we consider these 121A possibilities, obviously it's very important to make sure our cash flow models are well ahead of our debt service. I'm assuming that you're involved with that as well.
Yes, and it's a balancing act too, because if you've got 121A agreement on it,
that's what I'm saying. You're taking away from the tax.
That's taking away otherwise would be diff revenue.
Understood. That's what I said.
And so it's really a matter of balancing what both the revenues from all of those sources as well as what the long-term goals are and what the use of those funds.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your perspective. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Finn, did you want us to come back to you?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could, through you, someone through the chair, through the chair to Councilor Shea, I just wanted to clarify something here quickly. Essentially, what is a URTP? I mean, what, for all these years, but essentially, what is a URTP? I mean, I'm hearing terms like roadmap and kind of a loose guide type of thing, but what is its purpose under state law?
It's the plan, it's the legal mechanism that allows you the flexibility, certain flexibility in development. It allows you to acquire both by direct negotiation and by eminent domain in a fairly efficient way without going through procurement laws or would otherwise be unwieldy. But that's the primary.
So
because otherwise, to provide the flexibility to do a development deal without the shackles, if you will, of public procurement and disposition law.
So once this is approved by this body and goes on to DHCD for approval, basically this then becomes kind of the primary regulatory piece guiding the ongoing development of the downtown. Is that?
That's the first step in implementing those tools of acquisition and disposition of land. But not necessarily the only one. And this is explicit, and some of them aren't, that any disposition is subject to city council approval. Any eminent domain taking, you can't just go out and take because you have a renewal plan. You still have to do it in accordance with chapter 79.
And there's nothing in this that takes away essentially our zoning authority either.
No, absolutely not.
But as far as like moving forward, this is pretty much a significant document in terms of moving forward with downtown. If I could, thank you, Mr. Shea. If I could, Mr. Fadzis, if you could return, I'd appreciate that.
Through you, Councilor Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Fadzis. In terms of the DIF itself, the Development and Invested Revenue Plan, when was the most recent version of that?
The revenue plan on the DIF itself?
The Development and Invested Revenue Plan, right? Do we know? I know it.
I'm really unclear on the question.
Well, I'm looking at as part of our district improvement financing DIF plan that we've had. Besides May 7th, 2007, there was the Development and Invested Revenue Plan.
That was the original.
And that is that still operative? Yes. Present. That's the original, so the one in 2007. All right. In section 4, they talk about approval of development program, objectives, goals, and the like. And under 4.5, goal attainment program, there's a section in paragraph O under housing development. This portion of that paragraph that reads, new housing in the district will offer housing to a variety of age groups and various household compositions. These groups include housing for seniors, empty nesters, and young professionals. Smaller size rental and home ownership housing will give residents access to different sizes and types of housing while meeting affordability needs and the first-time home buyer's budget. I'm just out of curiosity, Is that still one of the objectives of our DIF? And is that still part of the objective for downtown development?
Yes. I think where we get into a little bit of a discussion, I think it's a good discussion, is when we try to think of this current process, where we are trying to unlock some city-owned land as a first step within a land disposition agreement, that we think that this is the end. Everybody's going to come in. I heard earlier, the thought is that some of the prices of the properties that are being offered are significant. I will point out that the Deco project that is going in down to the train station, the Adams train station, is got a significant rent as well. These reflect the current building costs and the current basis of, as I heard earlier, people want to live in Quincy. I recognize that in this city we cannot discriminate. And we cannot discriminate, obviously, against anybody. And if somebody wants to plop down $2,800 on a two-bedroom, I can quickly say, well, that particular property would be very difficult for somebody to come right in tomorrow and move in that was not making a salary that affects it. There's also a thought that within the downtown district that there are many smaller homes, there are many smaller homes in the district or around the district that will benefit with the rise of the boats. But what the particular development parcels we're looking at right now are not bringing in any revenue. They're not bringing in significant revenue. In fact, they're not even residential locations. So I can't look into a crystal ball and say that ultimately our goals have, are going to be met in the sense that there will be a great deal of affordable housing developed in Quincy Center. I don't think anybody can say that.
I think that where I take exception with this, Mr. Fatsis, and again, as you know, and I hope, I always believe in collegiality. I hope and try to project that, even if I don't. But, and I do want to approach it from a collegial aspect, but I think what's being missed here is that, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is that this particular URDP represents a sea change in direction. Part of the reason for myself why, again, I've always been incredibly supportive of the downtown development from the beginning is because the vision from the beginning was on mixed use. And that mixed use included a variety of housing. In fact, under the DIF as well, it talks about encouraging downtown housing development, including affordable housing that is above first floor retail, available to a variety of age groups, various household compositions, including seniors, empty nesters, and young professionals, and income groups. And from the beginning, that's always been part of the vision. That's the vision that emerged out of those countless charrettes. That's part of the vision that emerged out of the LDA and all these discussions with Streetworks at the time. And I really want to be very clear about this. And if we want to go that route as a zoning, under our zoning authority, I'm more than happy to certainly think about that. But the truth of the matter is, the only reason that downtown district was changed was because we had an agreement with a master developer who was investing certain amounts, and it was represented back to us by the administration that because we had that particular deal in place, it was in the best interest of the overall zoning ordinance to go with that specific piece. So to hear this evening, with all due respect to Mr. Gary, that the only reason is because we changed the zoning is really, I'm not going to use the word that creates difficulty up here, but it's fundamentally just not true. That's not the case. We had a deal with Streetworks. In that deal, we surrendered a lot based on the quality of that deal. We had a single land disposition agreement. We know that that's changed. But with this specific Amendment 4, there's clearly here an attempt to basically, in my mind, not meet what was laid out in 2007 in terms of the diff. And I guess the one question is, has there been any attempt to make DHCD know that that specific objective has changed? Or are you still saying it hasn't changed?
I'm not suggesting that the objectives have changed. I'd be more than happy to take a hard look at it and you know, speak to other parties regarding this. But it is, and again, Mr. Gary's comments, you know, that may be his opinion. You can ask him to share it again if you'd like. But
well, I'm really not, again, I heard what Mr. Gary had to say, but what I want to hear from you is that my understanding of that particularly is accurate, correct?
I believe it is accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to make clear, because I don't want counselors here who are new to this process confused to think that we were making an action against affordable housing at that time. We were making a statement for it. And that obviously changed when the LDA, which I think is still one of the great achievements, put into effect the various things to end that previous deal. But it became clear that we started now to move things in a certain different direction that's not clear to me in terms of how it relates to affordable housing. I guess the question is that has the city done any analysis based on the cost of, aside from the cost of these projected units, what developers stand to make over time per unit that goes into the downtown district?
Well, we first have to know what their cost basis is. We have to have a little bit more on the private development.
Well, I'm guessing in terms of their pro formas as they're moving forward, I'm guessing that they must be putting in something in terms of what their expectations are in terms of specifically income.
The pro formas that, again, and I'll go back to what was stated earlier, there's only been 2 pro formas before us. This is rather early in the process, and what you're saying is you'd like to make cautionary warning that we don't want to drift and turn this into a project which only attracts a certain group of people that are making major income.
Well, I guess I'm not just saying about the drift. I'm saying that I don't get any sense from the Amendment 4 of URDP that indicates essentially what the policy that was being articulated, the vision that was being articulated before. I don't see anything that suggests, other than taking the burden of affordable housing off of developers, and there's nothing in it that talks about how you want to fulfill this particular vision for the city. And it's a dangerous time because, you know, specifically, you know, everybody's been mentioning unknown variables, but the 40B issue is a significant one. I mean, in terms of actually people could theoretically, I suppose, right, propose a 40B for the downtown. Okay?
Well, it would be difficult because there's more than one way to measure the affordable housing stock in the city, which you're very well aware of. Again, I can...
But the point I think that was made in some of the testimony earlier is that even the so-called, the geographical considerations, correct, that shape that. I remember when that emerged even in the Phelan administration. But the problem is you're talking about significant creation of new units with no set aside, nothing set off in terms of around the vision of the creation of affordable units whatsoever. And so as a result, you're changing the equation, so to speak, in terms of that formula.
I'd like to make the equation a little larger, and I will speak to the fact that, we are looking at 2,000 plus units currently in the city, and that as we project affordable housing monies coming into the city, they are substantial. And I think it's been said we're north of $10 million in projected affordable housing.
But none of those will be invested in the downtown.
We don't know that.
Yeah.
Well, that's my point. We're in a very early stage in the downtown. We've repeated here many times. What we are trying to do is move forward. Let me just finish. I don't think that this is a situation where we're to be defending the haves versus the have-nots. I don't believe that the city is in any way not committed to affordable housing in the city. And you are suggesting that in the downtown currently we are looking for a timed exception. And I think we've discussed that with the chairman of the Affordable Housing Trust, and even suggested language that go back and have a look back and say, just like there were many look backs in the Streetworks presentation, to see where we are at any given time. We would encourage that. I'm not trying to create a downtown that is exclusive to any group. I think it's important to say that as many of the projects that are currently, we're hoping will come to the city, we still, as was said earlier, we don't have people knocking down our door to come into the city of Quincy and do development in the downtown, as evidenced by the lack of development in the downtown. Yet there's a map of development across this entire city that is significant in many neighborhoods. And the avoidance of the downtown could be, I believe, tied to the three factors that we continue to talk about. And that is the infrastructure participation, the parking participation, and the price of land in downtown as compared to other parts of the city. Again, the mayor is dedicated, and I am dedicated, and this council is dedicated to affordable housing equity. We are working very hard at this. We have had, I think, some of the best work done by the Affordable Housing Trust. And I'll let you ask the Affordable Housing Trust Committee whether they believe that's the fact or not. But we've done a great deal trying to be more inclusive, trying to work with what we have. And we are about to get a windfall. And again, it is not a windfall that's coming from downtown as far as the building goes. It's in the periphery, it's in the neighborhoods, which is where a lot of folks want to live, especially those who are looking for affordable housing. They're not looking to live in the center of an expensive neighborhood, so to speak. I'm not suggesting that I'm behind having Quincy Center, or that the mayor is, or that this council is looking for a very high-end Quincy Center. I'm suggesting that this is the beginning of a process. There were many wonderful opportunities that were dangled in front of us by Streetworks, but they were not feasible financially for whatever reason. Streetworks, and I agree with you, the LDA was a great document to help the city. But as we go forward, we are very early in this process. And as you look at the neighborhoods, let the neighborhoods tell you that development is happening all over the city. And yet, Quincy Center has not seen an abundance of action. That is what we were trying to incent in this process.
Well, let me just say a couple of things. First off, just before, we set me into the realm of suggesting this is class warfare, I'm not talking about this as being an issue of the haves and the have-nots. But something, I think some of the testimony that was given this evening was pretty powerful, but it is about the residents of the city and new identified markets perhaps that are coming in. And I think that part of, as I said, from the beginning, and for the reason for this support, was again that this was something that was supposed to be able to not just benefit simply a particular developer or a set of developers. It was intended to benefit everyone. And I think the other thing that disturbs me is that, again, we can't put aside the fact that this represents still, again, a significant movement away from the original vision in terms of creating some level of opportunity and tying how that fits into this downtown development. That's changed. But the other premise that I disagree with is that there's an idea that somehow affordable housing is going to be somehow cost prohibitive and discourage development. And I guess the question I have is, what empirical evidence, short of what some developers telling you, is there to indicate that that's true? I mean, all over the city, it certainly, again, hasn't deterred. And an interesting thing is, it seems to me, is that if we look at Boston, if we look at Cambridge, if we look at Newton, if we look at Somerville, all of these other places, we're far less demanding around what we're seeking in terms of affordable housing or dedicated units. And you know what? It doesn't deter their development either, again, because it is about location. It's so important. And, I just don't like this idea that, we can deal with it later down the road, when there's really, I no longer have any sense of what the connection between downtown development is and the city's commitment to the whole issue of affordable housing for its residents and for people generally. I could be wrong, but I don't sense it. This represents a significant change in direction when if we pass this. It represents a significant change and a difference that to me is pretty amazing. And again, I'm sure we're gonna, I don't know if there's going to be a motion this evening later or whatever, but I would like to reserve some other comments later. Thank you, Mr. Vice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fenn. I actually just want to piggyback on a few of those comments. I serve as a representative on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and I believe there are 2 other council representative positions. And we've had extensive conversations about affordable housing policies, the creation of units per the MAPC plan, right, as he been nodding his head. So, Mr. Francis, I think that knowledge needs to come before this body. We need to share. I believe we put together recently was a great presentation about what units we've been creating, what's in the pipeline, what funds, and what the game plan is, because clearly there's a need for that information here at the council level. So whether I need to create a resolution, dump that into the next council meeting, or if we could just offline through you, send that document, it should be all prepared. I know we've had ample discussions about it. The other thing that...
It's a matter of personal preference.
Sure, Councilor.
I'm going to say this, and I really don't need that information. I mean, I've served on the affordable... You're probably the affordable housing expert, If I could, no, I'm not the expert by any stretch. But I don't think that's going to answer what the main question is. And again, as I said, I've served on the Affordable Housing Trust from the moment it began. Obviously, with all the councilors, attendance can be shaky at times, but I also crafted the home rule petition that made the payment in lieu of on-site units something that was actually feasible, and it's helped create a resource that many people have been able to utilize to develop, specifically when it was determined through negotiation and through discussion that a particular site might not be the best to locate affordable housing. People were still contributing to the overall vision that the city has. That's the sea change policy that's taking place in this case. We've exempted, which was never happened. No one's exempted anything. We, on the advice of administration, changed when we had the land disposition agreement with a set affordable housing deal. That part of it, for me, right now, is just totally unclear. So I don't need to hear about the successes of the Affordable Housing Trust. I appreciate that and celebrate that. What I need to hear is how is the downtown district and the plan for that, how do they meet the specific ideals and the specific policy that's laid out in our own DIF financing plan? Because if not, if we're, because I don't see where the two are currently tied at this point. That's what I'd like to see presented if anyone's brought that.
Thank you, Councilor Finn. For me, I find that information helpful because of particularly my ward doesn't have high density projects going online, and we've been the beneficiary of the clean the rule of. For example, we created a single family home for a returning veteran in Empire Street, Germantown. We created 2 units of affordable housing for veterans, the site of the former American Legion Post. And so how we're able to utilize the funds of the Affordable Housing Trust and Springfield citywide, and I guess for me as a policy, I prefer often to see these smaller projects that give a home versus, hey, here's a high-density apartment building and there's an apartment for affordable housing. I like to see the creation of a home. So that's something when I am serving in affordable housing, but I think would be helpful for the body to see what we are doing with the Affordable Housing Trust, because like you referenced, there's a lot of good work being done there. That was a reference about 40B. The city is compliant. We are not currently susceptible to a 40B development. I just want to confirm that.
Yes.
And then thirdly, we talked about creating affordable housing in downtown, and I do see the need, particularly with the transborder development, to create affordable housing in downtown. Have we had discussion with our CHODOs, the Community Housing Development Offices? Beth Ann Stroll was here representing Quincy Community Action. Another one who is frequently at affordable housing is NeighborWorks, who's really more in the housing development. But we talked to them about taking one of these sites that has opportunity for residential in downtown and doing a higher density downtown affordable housing project. We're looking at offline, I believe, in the Quincy Point area, they're looking at a project for workforce housing. So when we're talking affordable housing, it's not, Section 8 housing, it's not necessarily low-income housing, there's low, there's not, there's different levels. Has there been discussion? Because it is a very valid point. We do need to create affordable housing that's accessible to public transportation in the heart of downtown. That was what we envisioned. I agree with Councilor Finn as this exemption was made in line with, it's on the document on the right side and on the left side, and we're going forward being able to utilize affordable housing in the downtown area. So where has that discussion been had?
Well, as you know, the CHODOs specifically, and they come in with asks. They come in with specific projects. We've looked at projects, as you know, Councilor, from participation in many neighborhoods in the city, and will continue to do so. It has not been a stated, at this point, stated policy of the Affordable Housing Trust, or as of this body, to reach out to a particular group and say, hey, would you like to take a look at a particular area in downtown? I think it gets back to that may be part of the process as we go forward. I'm very solidly behind the Affordable Housing Trust, as you know, and I'm very solidly behind the processes and the activity that's gone on in the past year or so. I've served on the Affordable Housing Trust now since last August, and we're learning a great deal. We're seeing a lot of projects come before us. We have enforced the Affordable Housing Trust rules throughout the city. There's no hesitancy to do so. What I'm suggesting to you as a body is to recognize, and I don't think we're kicking it down the road. I don't intend to say here, and I don't think it would be difficult for this body, after a certain period of time in the downtown, to recognize that, hey, wow, we're really becoming overrun with opportunity in the downtown, or we've been extremely fortunate in the process of downtown redevelopment. And at that point, I'm sure that not only this council, but the mayor and the Affordable Housing Trust And the citizens, there will be a hue and cry, and we make those adjustments as we go forward. I want to say that it's very difficult for me to forecast or to suggest that at this very early stage of downtown development, I can accurately tell you that we are going to have a shortfall or surpass an opportunity to help the citizens of the city of Quincy as it goes to affordable housing. I don't know that. There's been very little activity in the downtown, as evidenced by drive through the downtown. We're trying to prepare, and what the URDP allows us to do is try to prepare the palette. The city goes first on utilities. The city goes first and tries to put together a solid parking plan for the downtown. It's important that the building blocks, the foundation, is being forged at this time. I respect Councilor Finn's experience in the affordable housing world. I recognize it, but I also have not empirical evidence, but I have evidence that shows me that the downtown still needs to be kickstarted, and that is the intention of what we're trying to do. That is all. There is no great plan to or not to encourage affordable housing. I would look forward to working with the council and working with the Chodos and working with anybody to do a better job of being more inclusive in the downtown and looking at how we spend our money in the Affordable Housing Trust as we go forward. That's the statement I'll make, and I'll stand by it. That's where we're at today, and I feel comfortable that we're making great progress and in affordable housing in the city, so that those that are concerned, we're not going to be able to maintain or reach the goals that are required in the city. I believe we will. I just would say, as we go forward, I'm happy to entertain thoughts in the process, but we're not, again, it is your opinion, Councilor Finn, that we've left the spirit. I can't speak to that. I was not.
Since he's addressed me by reason of his personal privilege. The idea, again, that it seems that the administration at this point is pulling back from this idea that there's not any particular movement away from affordable housing and the downtown. Yet, we already had a planning board that rejected any attempt that themselves or voted negative to re-implement the affordable inclusionary zoning ordinance for that district, correct? So that's not about
you're breaking out a portion of the URDP.
Well, I think that, again, I am a very important one for me. And I think that in essentially what's happened is that the administration has taken the position, both articulated in their response to restoring the zoning, as well as to the development of this version, this amendment of the URDP, is basically taking a movement away from the value, the policy consideration that was articulated as part of the vision of the downtown development from its earliest beginnings through to the present. So for me, it represents a sea change. And I know you guys are trying to make certain economic arguments that I don't feel you've substantiated fully. I know that there's specific plans around a single development, and there have been two for whom, and again, I've been open to negotiating based on all of those circumstances. But the bottom line, as it stands, the default option is no affordable housing. And there's no articulation within the URDP that talks about how that might even be brought up or considered as a value in relation to the movement on the downtown. You still have the issues about the art, and, excuse me, perhaps Councilor Palmucci, what are the other things that are still even articulated within the URDP? Affordable housing isn't at all. It's out. It's gone, based on the Amendment 4. And I'm just not sure what the status is, and it's, to just articulate this as well sometime down the road isn't sufficient for me.
First thing I would say is the planning board, in their deliberation, may be as you are, council, and as everybody in this council chamber, because they're weighing more than one factor. And I'm not ready to say that the planning board is citing affordable housing as the reason that they wish to approve this URDP. And I'm more than happy to, to say that, when we have a planning board meeting, they have public meetings, they are attended by all folks, and we can ask. The URDP and the gift plan have not gone away and have not run away from affordable housing. And that's part of what this discussion is here tonight. Are we committed to go forward? You have not seen the evidence you wish to see. Your words. Okay? I am telling you, my personal belief is that we are not turning our back on affordable housing in the downtown district. Time will tell.
I think we're, and again, I guess time will tell is not really, as we're putting together what's the primary regulatory document, something that's really kind of acceptable to me. I'm always willing to be flexible. I'm always willing to try to work on things to just even see that the discussion would take place. I don't see that. I see there's been a decision that's been made that the first round of developers coming in, essentially, we're not going to hold that out specifically as a value for what we're trying to do. And I don't see any plan, second phase, or anything else that's been articulated any place to think that it would be anything other than that. And I think, and again, I really
well, I'd like just to respond.
I just really wanted to speak to the specific comment that we addressed.
I would say to you, in conversations that I had with Chairman Liang in downtown, that we did discuss alternative language, and we did talk about a look back, and that opportunity, I guess, hasn't disappeared completely and could be addressed in a future amendment. But I did, in fact, reach out and say, do you want to set up a specific look back? Am I correct in suggesting that to you? Through you?
Thank you. I remember we had conversations about the affordable housing language in the URDP, and I expressed to you the same concern that the council has expressed tonight, that the language wasn't the URDP. In fact, I keep flipping back to it because maybe I'm wrong, this isn't in the new or the final URDP moving forward, but it does say in here, and it does have language about expanding housing opportunities and how some units will be assigned as affordable housing in the downtown. So that being said, and having conversations with you, you guys have expressed to us this concern about how right now things are still very delicate downtown. We can't, impart affordable housing restrictions on it yet. There will be some point in time in the future where we will address it. And I've brought to you my concern that some point in the future is not reassuring to myself or probably my colleagues for us to make a sound decision on a policy that needs to move forward. So that's a conversation that we've had. I know that we've been really open about saying, again, we're all on the same page that it needs to be addressed. It's just a matter of, can we define when that moment's going to be? If you say to me, some point in the future, I can maybe think it's 2 years down the line. You guys maybe think it's maybe a year and a half down the line. We don't know. And unless that's going to be, put into writing, into a document, again, I think every single one of us will have a different idea of what that some point is going to be. So,
Well, again, I just want to be clear that the offer was extended that we should have more dialogue on the matter. And then it just got very quiet. That's all I'm saying. That's exactly the way I'll describe it. Got very quiet. There seem to be other priorities.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think, from what I recall from when I came into your office and had that conversation, I was actually coming in to meet somebody else on a completely different issue. And we were just having dialogue about the concern. I apologize if I misread the situation and took away from it that we were supposed to set up a meeting. I thought we were just having a conversation, having dialogue. And so I apologize. I misread that
Not a
situation.
problem.
I'd be more than happy to schedule a point now after this meeting, and, be glad to have Council Finn there with me as well, Council Pavalucci, any other councilors within open meeting laws,
That's where
to
you
have
get-
this conversation.
That's where you get into a little bit of an issue. But again, I would encourage any councilor, it's a public meeting, the Affordable Housing Trust meetings are public meetings, and you're more than welcome to participate if you wish.
Last call, Councilor Finn.
Yeah, I
Councilor
apologize,
Finn, very
Chair.
patient.
But again, it's just that, the Affordable Housing Trust is a great group, and the planning board, great group. What we're concerned about here are our obligations and our responsibilities to people who put us in office. And if you don't think that affordable housing isn't something that's on the minds of a lot of people, as is the downtown, it is. And so it's not a case, I don't feel that I need to go out and pursue. I think that the conversation takes place here. And I'm always happy, as you know, to be approached offline, whatever. I'm very conscious of the open meeting laws and things like that to clarify anything. But the bottom line is the conversation has to be had here in this public setting. And I guess what I'm just trying to articulate is that from my perspective, and I have shared this with you and with others for a very long time, that this particular amendment does not explain to me how it's consistent with the other policy assertions made both in the existing URDP as well as in the different documents that we filed. So that's, and all I'm looking for is, okay, tell me how this is going to work with something other than, well, sometime down the road, or that this is just a roadmap and later on. Because whether we like it or not, it is this URDP, which is the guiding regulatory component that gives us all those flexible things that I think Councilor Shea had alluded to. And all I would like to see is to see that spelled out in some way in terms of what this administration's commitment is, because I could certainly envision this becoming exactly as the way some of the testimony pointed it earlier, housing specifically targeted to one market and one market only. So again, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to piggyback a little bit on Councilor Palmucci's vision on the, and I have the same vision. We're all looking to move the city forward and what's going on with URDP and the downtown development. I like what he said about the affordable housing situation over a 5-year term, how much it would cost. So let's just say, for instance, instead of the 10% threshold, we go for 5%. We'll take half. And it costs X, say 200 units at 5%, there's 10 units. Over a 5-year period, it's $1 million. I'd be more inclined to some type of amendment to say, take that $1 million and put it in the Affordable Housing Trust for somebody else to come out and do something outside of the perimeter of the URDP and make some affordable housing on the outside. How would you feel about that observation or solution?
I don't know that legally we are in a position to do that. I don't know if that's an ordinance that would have to be developed by this council. I would suggest you speak to your council and speak to the city solicitor and try to get a read on that.
How would you feel personally?
I have a habit of not making a jumping on that until I have a little bit more information. I don't feel that I can be the arbiter of that decision. I don't know that I can set a 5%. I don't know that that's within my purview.
I'm more on the line of the fee. This is the fee that you're going to give to the Affordable Housing Trust, and they're going to provide that 10% threshold that we need outside of the exterior of the
I would tell you.
We're still under that mark of 10%, by the way, and we still continue to build, and we have exclusions above that. There's a lot of blight. There's over a dozen blight residencies throughout the city of Quincy that I could just pickpocket that need to be done over. It'd be a great way of enticing other developers to come in and say, hey, listen, you know what, there's Affordable Housing Trust, there's CPC money, let's put it together and let's make affordable housing throughout the city of Quincy, make it and get it to the 10% threshold.
Councilor, I meet with proposers of those projects every month, 2, 3, 4, sometimes more. We are working with any number of CHODOs and private development companies to that end. And they're all very cognizant of the fact that the city of Quincy, right now, because of this development, is starting to build a little bit of a affordable housing war chest, so to speak. And the intention is to utilize that war chest, go forward and build affordable housing, participate in rehab, do all the goals of the Affordable Housing Trust. We look forward to do so.
I think it's a win-win. I mean, there's so many blight properties with the city of Quincy and throughout the perimeter and sea that those are areas that need to be revitalized.
And we study those neighborhoods. We have task forces in those neighborhoods today as we speak. We look at many of those neighborhoods. We look at many of those, what I would say to be properties and developments that are depressed. We've spoken to many of the landlords as we go forward. That I'm very comfortable with as to what we're trying to do with that information today. Again, that might be another reason, as Councilor LaFleur suggested, that we come before this body and kind of give you an up-to-date what's going on, how much money is coming into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and basically give you a status report and encourage participation. And be more than happy to do that as we go forward. I just don't have the ability to, on my feet, vet the proposal made by Councilor Palmucci. Very creative. I would just want to get more financial.
It's fair. I call that fair. I mean, we're not going with 10%, he's going with 5 + 8. You can get something out of it.
I'm certainly not suggesting for a second that it's unfair. I just don't know what the ramifications of it are, and I don't know what the financial impacts are. I don't know if it's fair to charge, a discount or give them a discount. I don't know. And this is information, as you heard it the first time tonight.
We all want to be in the process moving forward. The councilors as well as the administration. And, I get a lot of information tonight when you're talking about different movement and change and numbers. He's talking about 128, he's talking about 134 million. The same dates are on here, June 6th. I mean, we're not on the exact same page and path to where we need to get to.
Council, I would just say to you, as I said earlier, if these budgets that are in that document they're moving. And I'm not going to suggest that they moved in a day. I'm not trying to suggest that I have an easy answer for that. I'll get the answer for it.
We talked about infrastructure, we talked about parking, but one thing we left out was traffic. Over the last 3 years of the streetworks debacle to where we are today, the traffic has increased. And you can't, I don't think anybody can deny that up here tonight.
But I'm unclear as to where we're going with this,
where I'm going with this? Okay. You talked about how difficult it is to get developers to come here.
Yes.
I think traffic is a big thing. I'm thinking about this in this terms is, okay, you talked about driven by residency. Okay, we're going to put new people in these apartments and condominiums. And they're going to spend the money in this area. Restaurants, retail, is that correct?
Certainly hope so.
Okay, let me take it a step further. What about outside of that perimeter of Quincy? What about Weymouth? What about Hingham? What about Marshfield? What about South Boston? Where are we going to get those other people that come to this city to spend their money on the downtown, whether it be restaurants or retail? That's my biggest question that I have. And let's put another step further. How do we get the people that live inside the city to spend their money on the downtown residents, whether it be not necessarily just downtown, Marina Bay, or the new revitalization maybe in Walton Center? How do we make it friendly? We need to talk about bike infrastructure. We need to talk about ferry service. How are we going to be able to get in and out of this city, the gateway in and out traffic-wise if you're going to use a vehicle? Those are my main concerns here. And this all ties into the URDP. It's all tethered together. It's the law of physics. It's all connected here. And that's my question that I have here 3 years later with more traffic, more cars on the road, Deco, Avalon. I mean, there's more buildings going on in this city. If we mitigate or we take care of our traffic concerns, you're going to bring more developers are going to want to buy here and do more business with us.
Councilor, outside of Quincy Center, we have no shortage of developers that want to come in. And part of the real issue is many of them would like to actually skirt the parking requirements on site. We've been very consistent, and I can tell you I've been very consistent about pushing back, making sure there is adequate parking for the folks that are developing in the city. We have no shortage of folks that want to come forward and develop, as is indicated by the number of projects.
I thought I heard you a little while ago saying it's hard to get developers to come here.
Quincy Center.
Quincy Center.
Quincy Center. You're not having a hard time getting developers throughout the entire city. We have 2,300 units currently licensed or proposed, with many more on the way.
Sure.
That map that I sent to all the councilors with these units as they're spread to the city is very indicative of what's happening. In the downtown area is where we're trying to get more. We're trying to get buildings that are larger. We're trying to get larger development. We're trying to get impactful development. And that is what costs more money. You know, when we talk about the different features of the downtown, we talk about a great place. We've spent a great deal of money making that crosstown connect. We've done a great deal of infrastructure work underneath the streets of the city. We're about to enter into the next phase, Friday night, where we're going to switch the traffic pattern. I guarantee you that there are going to be some people that say, oh, this is just very difficult. And then they'll adjust to it. There's a plan that many folks in all these charrettes said, Adams Green, something in there to keep people from driving through Quincy Square, but to Quincy Square. And that's what we're doing right now. Traffic is a constant factor that we look at. That's why the T-Pal was put before you last week. And I think that we are going to make great progress on traffic. And I think we're going to spend resources and time and effort to get the traffic piece down. But I don't disagree with you. Traffic is part of our program. We spend a great deal of time. Every time a developer comes before us, he has to provide a traffic and construction plan so that we know what impacts that project we're going to have on the surrounding streets that, you know, are going to be impacted by the additional cars and by the movement of trucks to bring supplies to that construction site. We're on that. We're working on it very, very diligently. I don't disagree. It's very important. But again, as we go into this process, what we're before you tonight to do is try to create a document where we can go forward and attract or try to start the process of an LDA. And that LDA with property owners in Quincy Center is paramount to the next step to Quincy Center. And that's where we are, that's where we've been, and that's what we continue to say to you. Work with us on this, and we'll work with you on this. This doesn't get done with the administration without the council. That's very clear to everybody that's in this room. And we encourage that.
I just want to make sure that sometimes I don't feel like that you guys are very trustworthy, that you're telling us the truth along the whole way. We find out information, we get bits and pieces. It's like, you're in the dentist's office and you're like pulling teeth all the time to get information about what's going on and the transparency and everybody being on the same page. I feel that sometimes we're just not getting the correct information.
Councilor, I really...
Or in a timely manner.
I would really like to say that I do somewhat object to the word trustworthiness of this.
Okay.
I object to that. And I would tell you very clearly that what we're doing, and the word transparency is a great word, we have shared with this council every bit of the way our thoughts. Sometimes you don't get information as quickly. As I will tell you, we've asked any questions prior to this meeting to share with us. And again, I have no problem if you want to deliberate that question on television during the council meeting. But if you're going to ask us, there are times where we feel that, when we're asked on page 23, subsection 7, it said this, we could better respond to it and do a better job for the citizens at home to give them an adequate response. So it's something you're working on, we're working on too. We're working together. And at no point would I tell you, I feel that I can't trust this council. I trust this council. And I trust the judgment of 9 people.
Trust Council Palmucci?
I do, absolutely do.
Thanks, Jim.
And Council Palmucci is one of the councilors that will engage me night and day, as recently as Sunday night on Father's Day. Okay? That's how it works. But we're okay with that. It's just important to recognize that the reason we're before you for this UIPP 4 is to continue the progress that has been made with this council and this administration to move the downtown. I am not disappointed in the dialogue. It's a good, robust dialogue, and it's a good debate. But we've reached the point where we need to make some actions, and we need to move this project down. And I truly believe that what the vetting that's going on here is healthy. But I also know that in order to be able to demonstrate to investors, to specific investors who have already made a commitment to the city, that we're moving forward with these plans, is a very important signal. And I would ask the council to recognize that. What we're trying to do is not to play some game to prevent affordable housing, to keep traffic or not address traffic issues, or for that matter, any other issue that comes before all of us as citizens of the city and all of us who are trying to work and make the downtown work. What we're trying to do is put before you sections of the process so that you can look at it. Each amendment to the UIPP has come before you in a different manner. We've given you digestible pieces to look at, and that's our goal, so that you can make decisions to help us keep the downtown moving. That's where we're at.
Listen, you have the football, we're the linemen, we're making the blocks, we all want to score a touchdown. That's the bottom line.
See, I like the football stuff.
You like that? That's the analogy. We're all in this together here.
I agree.
We want to move this city forward. We have a lot, I'm getting questions every day about, well, what's going on in the downtown? What kind of stores are going in there? Are you going to get a Whole Foods? Are you going to get a Trader Joe's? Like, those are the questions that people are giving me, like, constantly. They want to move this city forward, and the people that are living in it, and I don't want to cross-talk about anybody that came up tonight, but they're talking about, let's reward some of the people that have been living here for so long, and I continuously will say that. The people that are going to come in the downtown primarily are not going to be people that are from the city. They're going to be from the outside. Ask Bob, another vehicle instead of Boston that are gonna live here for $1,000 less. $2,800 instead of $3,800 in Boston. Those are the people that are gonna be living there. Primarily, maybe the condominiums, you'll get some early, people that are gonna downsize from their households, but primarily, the primary base is gonna be your millennials. They're gonna be the ones spending the money in there. But how do you tailor this all in to becoming kid-friendly and getting the people, the residents of the city to spend money in the downtown? How do you tie all this together into the URDP? The physics, a lot of physics, it's all connected to each other. And another issue that I wanted to talk about was pedestrian friendly. We have to make it more pedestrian friendly out there for the people to walk around. Sometimes people don't feel as safe walking. They'd rather get in their vehicle. They'd rather be the one hitting than getting hit.
No, and as you know, the downtown has been one of the beneficiaries of a great deal of infrastructure at crosswalks and lights. And that's one of the things we've been able to do with this downtown project.
We just got through the budget process. We were just talking about this capital improvement plan. It's all tied together to the downtown URDP. It's all tied together. Whether you think it's not, it all ties together here. We need to work to make this all work. All the moving pieces going along here. If we improve our streets and our sidewalks and our roadways, it's going to be less traffic, I think. You're going to be able to move some of this stuff better. If we're going to make it bike infrastructures, less people will be driving on the road. They'll be using their bicycles instead. If we bring that ferry service here, you have an alternate route in there that will want to take the ferry in, take a bus into Quincy Center, and go back. I know Discover Quincy would love that, and Margaret LaForest, but we need to look at all avenues moving forward here. Because we lost, whether you like it or not, we may have lost not any money in street works, but we lost 3 years of time. And in that time frame, you have other cities and towns that have stepped forward, like South Boston revitalization in that whole area. You've got Weymouth that's jumping on board right now with Southfield and Weymouth Landing. You've got all these other towns and cities that now we have to compete with. You're talking about your Somervilles and your Cambridge and your Bostons, and all these other places are kind of the innovators. They already moved forward with the downtown developments and stuff, and we're on the back end of this because we lost 3 years of time.
Well, I would argue that, and I would tell you this. The process, as we go forward, takes into every factor that you just brought up.
Sure.
And I don't want to suggest for a minute that whether we lost certain momentum with the Streetworks project, that's a fact. We lost it with Streetworks. But many things were learned in that process and continue to be active. And I will also say very, very clearly, Quincy is not struggling for new people moving to the city in all walks of life, in all economic levels. We're doing a great job, I think, and I think we've become a very attractive city. And you know that. You see your neighbors. You see that these developments in all the neighborhoods are generating more new folks moving into the city. I can't speak to the fact that, there is a market dynamic that the planning department, the city council, and the administration, none of them control. There's proximity to Boston. There's 27 miles of coastline. All the things that are, great sellers of the city, as well as the school system. I think we've done a marvelous job setting the palette. I continue to say that to you because I think we've made enormous progress. This council has, made it, at times difficult, but 90% of the time, we're an empowering group. I think that where we're going is a very positive place. And we just need to continue the progress. And there needs to be a building of trust. And I'm all for it. And we will continue to work together. Occasionally, respectfully disagree on timing and priority. But we're working on it. And the dialogue's being had. And I'm very comfortable to say that, in the position I'm in, I'm incredibly enthused. by what's going on. I'm just before you tonight, as the rest of the team is, suggesting that we continue to move forward and we continue to have our dialogue. And I don't think that we're reached the point where, you know, we're nailing the coffin shut on anything.
I only spoke about these things because I was not a counselor and I didn't go through the process with the street work situation. And I wanted to get up to speed with what's been going on over the last 3 years out there, not being a counselor, now being on here, being able to give the input and listening to the other counselors ask the right questions and being in the process of this, because I think we're all in this together. Because there is risk involved in this, there's risk involved. And I like what you said about the families and the school systems. Those are all pros, and those are all great things. And that's what I want to hear, the positive, outlook of this whole spin on what had happened. But whether you like it or not, we did lose it 3 years, and we're just trying to make up for the ground that we lost. And we all need to move forward together in this process. And the trust factor needs to be, we need to feel that from you and the administration and the entire body. And if I can get to that level, I can't speak for the rest of them, if I can get to that level, then we're going in the right direction. Would you think that was pretty good there, Ms. Fatsy?
I think that was excellent summation. And I think that what we're trying to do can be done by the administration or by the council by itself. And requires the input of the citizenry. Now, everybody in the entire DIF district was mailed the URD district was mailed an invitation to be here tonight. I'm sure many of you are watching at home. Every property owner existing. And we've had many prospective folks paying attention as well. We're working on it. And we're working on it diligently, and we'll share the information with you as we go, and I believe we are making a great effort in doing so. And I appreciate your candor. I appreciate your candor, and I just want to share back with you that we can continue to agree to disagree on some things, but I think we're making great progress in the downtown, and we've got to continue that and not jeopardize this process going forward. And that's pretty much my summation.
Mr. Gary, do you have anything else?
Yes. Thank you very much, Councilor, and all the members of the council, Madam Chairman. I wanted to seize on your issue of the loss of time, because I think you're right on this. Mr. Fatsy said, and I think he summed up very nicely, as did you, the respective positions of the council and the administration. And I want to reiterate and reaffirm his notion of collaboration, our notion of collaboration. And I apologize if at any point in time any of the members of the council had the sense that we were not being forthright or transparent. We've made every effort to be so. But it may reaffirm in my own mind the need to be in closer contact with each of you individually as well as collectively as a body. And I don't believe there's any issue that has been discussed here this evening that is insurmountable with regard to the Councilor Finn's passionate devotion to affordable housing, Councilor Palmucci's passionate devotion to affordable housing, the citizens who appeared here, their passionate devotion to affordable housing. I want to say that the vision that Councilor Finn described as to affordable housing and the mix of uses, it is still in the document. It's still in the integrated URDP with all of the amendments. The administration needs to work closely with you, and we did talk about the discussions we had on the covenant, and we should have discussions regarding affordable housing going forward. Because as Mr. Fatsy said, we are going to be back before this council in the fall with additional URDP amendments. As I said in my prior testimony a couple of weeks ago, that will be the ongoing process that ensures the involvement of the council, and you have real authority as to the approval of those LDAs when we are able to present them to the council. And there's nothing that says that there can't be a component that deals with affordable housing. However, going back to your comments about lost time, the purpose of URDP 4 is not to lose time. We're working against not particular deadlines, but market deadlines, market forces, as Councilor Kroll said, risk analysis. And a lot of developers, of course, are risk averse. And we're hoping that we can, as Mr. Fatsi said, kickstart this process. And hopefully by doing so, all things are possible. All of the goals and aspirations that have been articulated throughout this long 10-year process for the quality of life in our city overall, but particularly here in downtown Quincy. And my remarks were predominantly focused on the problems, the obstacles, the difficulties of executing a very complex, interrelated development plan that has to deal, as you said, with traffic, with pedestrian safety, with attracting commercial enterprise to the core city that people from outside the city are going to want to participate in, and people within the city are going to want to stay within the city because they have options. They have maybe a Whole Foods, they have retail options that they're looking for, restaurant options, as the case may be, and hopefully, as part of this overall scheme, employment options. That's the key to things, some of the issues that we mentioned as to TIFs and IQs and other activities like that, is to build a base that will employ people in the centers of this city as they were employed many years ago, knowing that that paradigm has gone by 50 years ago. And that's what we're trying to do. As Jim said, we want to do it collaboratively. We know that that's the only way it can be done successfully. And that's the only way we can each fulfill our obligations to the citizens of the city.
This was a much-needed council meeting tonight, because we're going into the summer, we're going into two months basically of really no meetings and dialogue with this. If you guys could keep us in the loop with this, whether you go through the finance with Mr. Council Cole or the downtown economic growth with Council Liang, we need to be in the process going over this next 2 months here, going back into September when we meet up again. Yes. And we go through what has happened and transpired over the last 2 to 3 months. Because it's, as you know, costs are always going up. Yes. And materials cost more every day. It's never going down, they're always going up. Yes. So the longer we wait, like you said, to getting things and moving forward, the more it's going to cost us. Yes. In the long run. It's going to cost the taxpayer more money.
Absolutely. And the purpose for the request of the $1 million appropriation is each component part deals with some aspect of the problems that you raised, so that we can plan for traffic management. We can plan for parking. What's the right mix of parking? That we can plan the next necessary infrastructure improvements, whether it's the relocation of sewer lines or water lines or portions of the town culvert. All of these are the necessary ingredients that we need to implement if we're going to foster the development that we're talking about at the Hancock Plaza.
My last question is going to be on the consulting end. Do we have any marketing strategies? What's going to sell in the downtown, whether it be restaurants, retail? Do we have anybody in place or in line for that?
Yes, we do, and we'll be, in addition to our capabilities.
Notice how I said we. That's all of us. We're all in this together.
That's correct. It's we the city government. We're all part of the city government. We have those in place. And I also think, as Jim said, and we're on the cusp of some very exciting things. As we talk about open space, we're talking about the Adams Hancock Green. It's going to be a space that's almost as large as the space in Copley Square in Boston. It's going to be transformative as to the character of this very historic site. And I think that's going to be very exciting for all of us, and it does increase the pride that I know I hear from residents of the city. We also suffer through the aggravation of replacing necessary infrastructure. It's disruptive, and we're hoping that we can get beyond the disruption. We're hoping that as we finish up, as we start that project and we finish up the Ross Garage project, which we've been executing, that the public is going to be able to see a new revitalized city emerging from this disruption that they've had to suffer.
Just a question for the public, and they've been asking me, is the Messina lot that we just basically leased.
Yes.
When is that going to get striped up, and when is that going to be in use?
They're striping it this week, and it's going to come into service as soon as possible, as soon as it's.
I know it's paved and it's ready to go here. It's just, people are looking for, the Ross Garage is down, or almost down, it's halfway down, and when do they be able to go into there?
Yes, and we're going into what we call phase 2, that will shift some of the vehicles that were required to park in the Hancock lot back over to the Ross side. And of course, the footprint of the Ross Garage itself will, in and of itself, become another interim parking area, much well illuminated, with better pedestrian access and egress, and that will accommodate approximately 250 vehicles itself.
I thank you, Mr. Fastis, thank you, administration, everyone for all the questions I have tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kane.
I totally forgot I asked to speak. So this is a very sensitive topic because it all involves timing. I think, we're going almost 10 years into, I guess, the initial stages of when this project was conceived. And, I highly doubt that the document that Councilor Finn is referring to, when that was planned, that envisaged streetworks failing, or even the 2007 market drop, the real estate crisis, so on and so forth. And now it seems like we're coming up against another cycle, but that's a whole other discussion. So it's there's two sides here. On one side, we're not addressing the affordable housing issue, period. There's no solution to it right now as currently presented. I hear a lot of displeasure from my colleagues on the council, and I don't hear, I hear, we'll talk about it later, there's going to be another amendment coming forth in the fall, and I don't think that's sufficient. But at the same time, if we hold this up, which it sounds like we might have no idea where the votes are going tonight, we're at risk of jeopardizing the downtown even further than it currently sits. So I don't know what's on the docket. I've heard a lot of speculation from my colleagues tonight, and you hear things, but I don't have anything on paper of what are proposed projects to go down anywhere, whether Hancock lot or what will be of the Messina lot later, anything or nothing. Granted, I don't attend the Affordable Housing Trust sessions on Wednesdays of whatever month. I don't receive the information there, so I don't know, that situation. So where do we sit? How can we come up with a solution to make sure that we can have this project move forward, but then address the people, address the affordable housing needs?
Well, the council still has another meeting. There's time between now and then when we from the administration would be pleased to meet and as Councilor Yang and your legal counsel as to meetings that could occur, that do not violate of the open meeting law, to see if there is a way to bridge this gap, so that we don't lose the momentum that we've been earnestly attempting to achieve over the course of certainly the last year, a little bit more since Mr. Fatsis, became planning director. That's what's critical here. is that we not lose that momentum, and that we don't unwittingly send a message to the investment community and the development community, and to the community in general, about when is this going to get done? Because unfortunately, as I've said in the past, the only thing, for the most part, other than west of Chestnut and now the place development that people have seen, is the destruction, is the really hard stuff of rebuilding infrastructure that's over 100 years old, and it causes traffic disruption. And so I think the people of the city need to see an amenity emerge from this, and then I think we can maintain the investment community's interest in investing here in downtown Quincy. But anything that delays or distracts us from continuing that necessary planning that this $1 million request we have before you would finance, and the symbolism and importance of the UIDP Amendment number 4, having the council embrace that with the philosophic understanding that we've discussed here this evening, knowing that the commitment to overall affordable housing and overall vision that was articulated in the beginning for what we hope to achieve here, that's very significant, very important. And if we can work together over the course of the next period of time before the council meets again, hopefully we can come to a meeting of the minds on those matters.
Point of clarification, we're not voting on anything tonight, but if we will,
That's, if there was a
but
motion at this point.
I'm not putting a motion for it, but that's just more or less want to share what my thoughts are right now, because I mean, I don't want to have holding this up on my chest. I don't. But I also don't want to exclude anyone that might want to live here. But there could be greater ramifications of holding the project up at large, because then you're affecting the whole city. You do have people that are very concerned, and I share sentiments as Councilor Cabona, and seeing many different types of questions. What's going downtown? What type of retail? What do we got? That's going to start to affect the greater home values of the city, and I don't want to be responsible for that.
Yes, yes, and we see that as the gentleman, Mr. Seymour from RKG, made the point, and Mr. Fancy's made the point. The DIF district is larger than the urban redevelopment district, and there are homes in that district, and their home values have appreciated as a result of the work that's been invested by the city in the infrastructure rehabilitation. So those are opportunities that we don't want to lose for the city as a whole.
Right. I have no reason to distrust you, but I do have a need to figure out a compromise between my colleagues and the administration. So whatever way that we can move forward together, as Councilor Capone alluded, then we should do it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Harris.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm last to think again, but there's somebody else, but not least, I hope. I want to thank my colleagues, the knowledge that's in the questions, especially your final spares. I don't want to interrupt you. Sorry, I know Joe's talking. No, that's all right, Joe. I'm just going to make a motion to pass you DEP, because my Ward 6, I've spoken to them. I've spoken to the people that asked progress, brought it right down there, one word. It'll affect my ward. Let me tell you something that's going on with the traffic situation. Didn't we just vote in another department, the traffic department? I'm confident the city's going to figure it out. I attended meetings with you, Mr. Gary. Folks don't realize that that ferry is closer, right? Something that's unbelievable that's happening is the city is actually working together with the state and we're actually coming together where the ferry situation may help improve things. But I would make a motion to pass the UIDP. I'm confident that the city is going to address the need for affordable housing. I'm certain of it, and I feel that everybody, excluding myself, I'm not going to say it about myself, but you folks are all trustworthy, and I believe in me. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying that everybody that I've met in my last few months is trustworthy and doing the right thing for Quincy. This is the right thing for Quincy. Get the center done. Don't hold it up a day. Don't let any developers read in the Patriot Ledger or in the Sun tomorrow that we're stalling and we're going to use a football analogy, possibly fumble the ball. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
On the motion?
Councilor Palmucci.
For the record, support the changes in the URDP. I want to get some answers on the numbers, you know, how they're different on the same day, June 6th. But for the record tonight, if you're asking me to vote on this, I'm voting no. Absolutely. I mean, I support the changes, but there are too many unanswered questions that have been raised tonight. So I'm going to vote no. I think we run the risk procedurally of putting this in a not so great place. I'm voting no. If it doesn't pass, there's a procedural problem to, at the next meeting, voting it again. So I'll just throw that out there. But so as it relates to voting on it tonight, I'm a no vote. And I just wanted to say that, you know, a couple times it's been referenced since I last spoke about poor people and where poor people want to live. And it's really important to me that we understand what we're talking about. We're not talking about poor people. Poor people may be a piece of what we're talking about, but we're not specifically talking about poor people. $61,000. $61,000 is the median household income. So I don't consider someone who makes 60 grand a year to be poor. I don't think we're talking about only poor people here. We're talking about Quincy people. We're talking about people who can afford to live in Quincy. And if you're talking about $2,800 a month, you know, math was never my strong suit, but I think that's tough to swing if you're making $60,000 a year. So what we're talking about, again, is building housing, investing taxpayer money to build housing for infrastructure and everything that supports this housing. It's luxury housing. We're building housing, we're putting taxpayer monies up at the table to invigorate residential development, which is what it is right now. Luxury residential. We're building, with taxpayer money, we're incentivizing the creation of luxury properties that aren't being built for Quincy residents. The average Quincy family can't afford that. So I just want to keep that. We're not talking about people who don't have jobs. We're not talking about people who are, you know, panhandling in front of the train station. That's not what we're talking about. Oh, we should move them into a luxury building. Well, they just won't fit. You know, it would be awkward. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people who have jobs. We're talking about recent college graduates who want to come back to the city and live in a vibrant area. We're talking about making it affordable for Quincy residents. We're using their taxpayer dollars. So the least we could do is put forth this discussion. And quite frankly, I'm a little surprised that the administration is surprised that this body wants to see it execute on the policy that we all agreed upon. I mean, the mayor put that forward. These documents all emanated from the mayor's office. The council didn't sit up here and draft a URDP. It all emanated from the mayor's office, and I'm pretty sure it emanated from this administration. I don't think, and I could be wrong, it could have come in the last administration, but it's certainly been supported by this, and I know the mayor supports this. I know he supports affordable housing and the creation of affordable housing in the city. So I'm surprised that you're surprised that we have an issue that there hasn't been any affordable housing in the 3 projects. Mr. Gary, I wanted to thank you for the job you do, and if I wasn't appreciative enough of that when you previously spoke, I wanted to make sure I said it because I really, you're fantastic at this work. I don't think we should use borrowed money, but whatever. But I'm glad you're doing the job you're doing, and it makes me wonder what the heck were we doing before? If Mr. Fancy was kind of in that role, and also the mayor's chief of staff with, you know, dealing with my constituent complaints, my complaints that constituents weren't getting things done. So I just wonder how well we were doing that before, but that's not a negative on this passage. But I'm glad you're here. You're clearly experienced in these matters. You're articulate and knowledgeable, and you have, both in a public setting and in a private setting, been informative and cooperative. So I want to thank you for that. And the takeaway from me tonight is something that you had said early on when we discussed, when we were going back and forth, that it's got to pencil out. Right? So I've been noodling that around for a while. And I agree with you about it penciling out. So if something doesn't pencil out, right, under the URDP, if it's affordable housing, if it's the 10% hard construction cost to the R fund, if it's, you know, I don't think we're making anybody do public space. I think we're kind of on the hook for that. But that's what's in there a little bit, or speaks to that. Parking contribution, or affordable housing. If that doesn't pencil out, I don't see a proposal now, I mean, certainly entertain one, let's have a conversation, of taking it out. My whole, and I'll entertain that conversation. If you tell me it's not going to pencil, it doesn't pencil out because of the art fund, well, then let's have a conversation on how much we value the art fund at the level we do. Maybe we reduce it, maybe we scrap it altogether. I am open-minded about the policy objectives. What I'm not open-minded about, though, is whether we should follow the policy objectives we've all agreed upon. So if it doesn't pencil out, then let's change it. Let's change the things so that it does pencil out. If it has to be the art fund, if it has to be affordable housing, let's have that conversation. And I can only speak for myself, but my major agitation, if you will, about this, about what's happened up to this point, is that, to me, I don't feel like we're being true to this policy that we've set. So if we have to change the policy, let's do that. Let's discuss that. Let's throw forth amendments to the URDP that take out affordable housing, that take out the R fund, that take out public space, that take out contribution to the parking fund. And tell me the numbers, and tell me why those things should come out. I'm not so dead set in any position that I won't entertain that to see Quincy Center happen, to see the revitalization happen. I think that there are perhaps other ways that we could talk about that, like, you know, TIF or 121As, other ways to incentivize these policy goals so that we give a little when we take a little. The fact that we're not talking about this, about those pieces, it comes down to, I don't accept that our policy goals are unobtainable at this point, because no one's told me that. You know, Jim was talking about, Mr. Fancies was talking about, that's what folks, he didn't say this, but that's what folks are telling us, you know, the developers, and you probably get it, Jim, you're in the same position here. So that's what you're hearing is, but we don't know that. We're not having these conversations. So all I'm getting is you telling me that it's, you know, that they're essentially unattainable, these policy goals. But so we either need to take the policy goals out, or we need to rework the math and make them realistic. I mean, like I said, if it's not 10%, maybe it's 5%, maybe it's 2%. I don't know. Maybe there's something different that we could be doing. But we all, at one point, agreed to it. And we all tonight, the administration, the council, I think, have continued to express our support for all of these public benefits that are currently in the URDP, and they're not being proposed to be changed.
Councilor, thank you for your comments. And as it relates to, this is probably a classic illustration of one size doesn't always fit all. And as our economic consultant said, each project has to stand on its own water. Each project has to pencil out. Each project has unique circumstances that are attributable to that project. We're not saying, and we shouldn't be saying, that we're not ever going to implement, hopefully, affordable housing in the downtown. We're saying right now, we're fearful that we don't see opportunities for it at this juncture. And we are moving from almost endless planning, other than infrastructure development, into implementation. And this is where the work that we've done together over the course of the last several weeks will bear fruit in terms of the LDAs. When we come in before the LDAs, and I know you've expressed your concern about private developments, but let's just talk about the LDAs. The two that we're working diligently to bring before you this fall. That's where this council, through its approval process, will have the opportunity to make a judgment whether or not it is fair to ask that particular developer, those particular developers, to include affordable housing if it's going to fulfill the economic purpose for that development. That's where this process collaboratively will work.
And I have to suggest that's perhaps unfair to whoever the developer of the public land is. If no one else, I mean, the URDP was supposed to be a wraparound for everything. It was supposed to be everything that wasn't in the LDA. It was like, hey, if you want the same deal Street Works gets, they're paying a lot of money to the city, they're doing a lot for the city. So if you want that same benefit, you have to buy into this special program, the covenant program, the process, into the URDP in order to get an expedited, because listen, they're getting something. Any developer who wants to on private land can go and develop. They can go through the zoning board, the planning board, and follow the rules. But the folks who have developed downtown thus far, the 3 projects that have been permitted, decided to go under the URDP because it is like a potpourri of benefits for a developer. There's an expedited process, there's a shorter appeal term for them to have to wait. We're incentivizing the development with the very existence of the URDP. And so it's my understanding that the URDP added, at the time that Streetworks existed, added some public givebacks, if you will, the affordable housing, the art fund, the things that we're talking about. So they're buying into this. So clearly, someone could say, I'm just going to go zoning board because it doesn't pencil out under the URDP, but they're not. They're going under the URDP, and we're soft-shoeing the public benefits parts, or at least we have. And I get, east of Chestnut and west of Chestnut, the first 2 projects permitted. I get that those are a unique situation because Quincy Mutual really, goosed this whole process. If it wasn't for them, it would never gone off the ground. So I get that they get, if you will, a special deal or some enhanced consideration for past contributions. I don't have a problem with that, and I said that to Mr. Briggs when he was here that night. I said, thank you. I think there's some giveaways in there, but thank you for being there, and I understand that. But the problem is, after the first 3 projects go, and we don't follow the policy, you think the 4th guy is going to say, oh yeah, no, I'll be the first one to build affordable housing, or the 5th guy after the first 4 don't? At some point, it's a slippery slope when you keep saying, well, we can't put the affordable housing in now, or the art fund in now, or the parking contribution, the infrastructure contribution in now, because it just won't go. We're going to get to the end of the fear here is that we're going to get to the end of the road, look back at where we came and say, wow, we never did anything that we wanted to policy-wise. That's my concern. And I think we need to talk about the TIF. We need to talk about 121As. And every property is unique and different, I get that. So let's talk about the uniqueness and the difference of each particular parcel. I mean, there's one particular entity that owns a significant number of parcels downtown. So let's work with them to pencil where they can build some affordable housing units and what it takes to pencil to get the math to work for them. Whether that's 121A, whether it's TIF, whether it's something else. Again, I don't think that our policy goals are unobtainable. Mr. Fancy's reference, DECO. DECO contributed $1.4 million to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So it penciled there. Flatley project, not built yet. $1.4 million to the affordable. It's like 100 feet away. I do not believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fancy, so you can find this information, but I do not believe the land acquisition costs are so different between DECO, Flatley's a little different, but perhaps Avalon, who also contributed to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I do not believe that the land acquisitions or the construction costs are so different on those projects. Use DECO for an example. That they're so different between DECO and something that would be downtown that we can't get some contribution to affordable housing or some contribution to something. To say nothing, that it doesn't pencil out, when it pencils out, right down the street with another luxury. I mean, it's the same thing. The rents that they're charging are the same. I've taken a tour of both those buildings, both beautiful, beautiful, first-rate, high-class buildings, something that, something that you want built in the city. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be building luxury apartments. That's great. I mean, that brings in a whole a whole lot of good tenants that will become members of the community, I mean, that's great. But it's just about either building some on-site units or contributing to the trust fund, not saying, nah, it's just not gonna work downtown, it works elsewhere. And so not really a question, but I actually have a question to Mr. Shea. I get the points that have been made about not wanting to fumble, not wanting to stand in the way of progress. Does our not supporting, I guess not voting on it tonight or voting against it tonight, does that, how does that affect the administration moving forward with both the private and the public developments? Or, development on public or private land?
Well, I mean, in terms of perception, you have the summers coming up, and there's a loss of momentum. Is it fatal? I don't know. I doubt that it is. But I think one of the, I don't know, Mr. Fatsy's earlier, and I wasn't part of that conversation, he mentioned a look back. So there's some things that it looks like, people are willing to explore. And it also appears that there's a strong likelihood that there will be another amendment in the fall. So the question is whether an amendment that will be, that the planning department will need for one or more of the projects going forward, whether it's land acquisition or whatever. And that might be a time to explore that compromise. So it's a question of weighing what, are there other private deals out there that are susceptible to covenant, as opposed to, you already got the LDA, the public land cover, that will go forward in a way that is not acceptable to the council as a whole. Keeping in mind that this amendment, if you were to pass it, has that level of process that wasn't there before, which requires that any covenant be presented, that is the entire covenant, not just portions of it, for your review and recommendations.
So the thing, essentially what you're saying is if there's a deal in the works that we perhaps I'm not aware of any, so that I'm not aware of, if there's a deal in the works, the difference between voting on this and not voting on this is that we wouldn't have the ability to review and comment on the covenant, right? That's one of the things.
Yep.
Is there anything else that would, by not voting on this tonight or not passing this tonight, that would essentially prevent a private land development from moving forward? I mean, the current URDP exists in its current form.
Right.
Many projects have been permanent,
Yeah.
so it's not as if.
No, exactly. That was, maybe I didn't articulate it properly, but that's the trade-off. I mean, whether there's one, I think one of the concerns was that some of these covenants put forward, whether you wanted to approve them or not, have that kind of a role. There was a concern about the transparency. Can you comment on
whether that's right or wrong?
Yeah.
I get you.
But the compromise language that we talked about 2 weeks ago addresses that.
And now, so that's private land. What about public land? Does the current URDP, I mean, it kind of does, right? Because the city's not the master developer in the current URDP. So how does that tie the city's hand in negotiating with a private entity who wants to develop on public land?
Well, I think in that case, you're still going to need an amendment to do public land, because the plan as we have it today is tied to street works. However, those prospective developers of the, whether it be the Hancock lot, likely the Hancock lot first, as opposed to the Ross Garage site, it's clear either way that any LDA is going to have to come before this council. So,
But I think what the the sense I got, no one said this, but the sense I got is the LDA is being worked on right now, or is at least being contemplated, because somebody said it was going to be before us in the fall. So I'd imagine they want to have the power to be the master developer, the city to be the master developer, so that they can negotiate that maybe in good faith, so that there's something for us in the fall. Would changing the URDP at this point, or not changing it at this point, adopting Amendment 4, would that negatively impact the negotiations with Mr. O'Connell? I mean, you're aware Mr. O'Connell is the identified developer for the Hancock lot, as was announced in a press conference in the mayor's office over the summer. There's nothing ever been brought before this body about that, but I don't read the ledger like anybody. So that's the project, that's the 15-story project that they're talking about. So clearly there's negotiation going on. Does us not adopting amendment number 4 interrupt those negotiations in any way, or prevent them?
I can't say. I mean, if it's the amendment to kind of clear out the street works background is necessary in any event.
Right.
So, but whatever happens after that has to come before the council. So, I guess what I'm saying is that, what's your downside either way? The downside of not voting is that someone like Mr. O'Connell gets discouraged when they come around here. And the other part of it is there another private deal that's going to go forward without your
involvement?
Without your involvement, and I don't think that's. I think that's very unlikely.
So theoretically, right? If we weren't to adopt tonight, either because it fails or because several colleagues have asked for additional information and the vote doesn't happen, or this evening, and say we don't adopt it for the next 2 months, that wouldn't, theoretically, the city and the mayor can negotiate with Mr. O'Connell to sell the land straight up for cash and then bring forth an LDA in the fall, because it's just a land disposition agreement. It has nothing to do with what he's building on, right?
I don't think so. I don't think they can do that under the plan as it exists today.
But the city can dispose of any city land. I mean, when we dispose of an old street sweeper, it has to come before the body. We have to declare it, available for sale, and then when it goes out for bid. Right?
Correct.
So is that the issue? Because it would have to go off a bid if the city was going to sell the lot?
Absolutely. I mean, it's totally inconsistent with a negotiated deal, which is sort of the premise of the urban renewal approach.
So if the city's not currently the master developer, how can the city be negotiating with Mr. O'Connell about the disposition?
The city owns the land. So, it's a matter of semantics. They're either I don't know if they're the master developer. Yeah, I mean, if you own the land, I mean, that's the ultimate control. It's better than being the master developer. So, and that's actually the big distinction. I mean, these land disposition agreements, one of the the issues with the master LDA when you don't own the land, to the extent you don't own the land, it's, there's a problem there. And I think that was, you really can't, you're limited to the extent you can control privately owned land. You can provide incentives.
Which is what the URDP is essentially.
That's correct.
The buy-in. We're incentivizing you, you have to buy in favor of it.
Right.
Have you seen, and just lastly, again, and thank you for all your work on this over the years. You're very quick to respond offline, and extremely helpful. Your knowledge is
Consistent with the open meeting laws.
Yes, always consistent with you. See, there's a good attorney. So, in your experience, have other communities utilized 121A or TIF agreements to incentivize development in an urban area?
Yeah, they have. I mean, it's I think
South Weymouth hasn't really implemented it yet, but that's part of their plan is a 121A style incentive program. But again, it's a zero-sum game here. If you TIF,
It's coming out of the back.
well, it's coming out of your, you know, you can't diff and TIF, you know, you said like TIF, you can't diff, right?
If you TIF, you get to zero.
Well, yeah, the other part of it is that, you know, it's still your money.
Right.
You know, and so, and IQ came because the late Mayor Menino in Boston said, I'm not doing diffs. I don't want to use my tax money. They use the state money. And again, I'm not saying that's a perfect solution. I mean, it's always better to use somebody else's money. If it's not the state, then you go to the feds, and I think you guys have done that pretty successfully so far. But it's always but again, that audience is watching as well. And you know, you got the town book moved. Again, some are not getting into this. Putting this thing out to bid, you got to tell them in order to develop, they got to move the book first. You know, that's a daunting task. And it didn't go according to script, maybe, but the brook got moved with somebody else's money, and I think it was well deserved.
Which is what Council Finn referred to before, is staying by the LDA.
Well, no, I'm not.
Yeah, I know.
I'm saying it never passed.
I mean, the city, we were protected with the LDA. And we got things accomplished, and
Short of great amount of enthusiasm, and basically this makes sense. I mean, you know, it's a gut reaction. It's really like it. I tell people, people are finally discovering that there's another end to the red line. You know, and it's a big deal.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Nothing in that conversation changes my opinion that I'm not gonna, if this comes to a vote tonight, I'm voting against it, but, you know, it only solidifies that opinion. But, I don't think we should be voting on this, but if we do, I'm gonna vote against, not because I don't support the language, but because I think there are too many unanswered questions that my colleagues asked tonight, and that deference and respect for the information they need. I'm not gonna support it tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Land control. So with Streetworks, when they have the options for downtown, Streetworks had land control as the master developer. Now those parcels are all back in the control of all the individual property owners. The public at large seems to think the city controls what happens downtown, right? We can pick what restaurant is going to go in what location versus we have a lot of private property rights. There are 306 individual parcels within the district in downtown. So I think that when we talk about the roadshow for the fall, where we're doing that, talking about helping understand zoning, development, private property rights, I think there could be a lot of public outreach in helping explain what the city's role is. Because if you saw the Streetworks deal, that was the deal everybody wants. They want to see the hotels are going to go this location, this market's going to go here, the beer's going to go here, and they liked that concept. I know Council Calhoun and I were great advocates for public art investments and what an amenity for downtown, right? So Streetworks comes up with these great design guidelines and talk about the positives that came out of that, you know, relative to moving the chocolate design guidelines. I know we were very ugly downtown. They gave us the planning documents to put together a quality downtown. I know that the Council of Public, you said the public art is the Quincy Mutual project comes online and they're going to repair the limestone and one of our city's most historic buildings, but not letting addition downtown. I think that is a maintenance project, but I can understand we need to incentivize development to get this project kickstarted, like you referenced with Security. On affordable housing, we right now with the URDP, with the Amendment 4, I hear loud and clear everybody is in support of creating affordable housing stock downtown. Whether that time is now, Council Calhoun referenced, or whether those numbers work. To me, in working with through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the information that I have in front of me is today that doesn't work. It doesn't mean it doesn't get incorporated. The LDAs are that opportunity. have there been discussions? So one of the potential LDAs we're thinking about involves a hotel. Hotel is not the inclusionary zoning ordinance does not apply to that project, correct? The hotel project is commercial? No, if it was out of the district, like the hotel developed in North Quincy that just came through planning, that does not have inclusionary zoning. Right, it's a commercial project, it's not a residential project.
That's my understanding. I'll defer to,
If it was a straight hotel, okay, that one as a blend.
The proposal that we are looking at on Hancock Street is a mixed use, extended stay hotel and residential. So it's a combination of both.
So it would be applicable. Through you, I'm not sure who best to answer this question, the LDA negotiations that or discussions that are running today.
Yes.
Have the applicants, affordable housing been discussed with them as incorporating it? So with Streetworks, it wasn't in the RDP, it was in the LDA. Is that the path to continue on at this point for the compromise? And is there an appetite by the developers to accept that?
Those discussions did occur, and there is no appetite for it. I'm not aware of any private developments which would invoke the covenant, but certainly in the two that we've been talking about, each one of them will have financing challenges.
Mm-hmm.
That's predominantly what drives their considerations, are the financing challenges, both in terms of escalating cost of construction and the cost of the property in the first instance. So those are the issues that have been most challenging for those two projects.
And so with the 1% construction cost going to public art, if we're flexible on that, would that make, would that be sufficient to trade one for the other? Right, a piece of public art for affordable housing like Councilor Palmucci referenced.
Well, we are, particularly in the instance of the mixed-use development on Hancock Street, we're talking about not only art, but public access, and that those discussions are the focus of that project. It makes their project more expensive, and it also imposes an obligation on them to open a portion of the lobby of the building and the lobby of the hotel component to the public for events as well as passageway. It will be a critical passageway between Hancock Street to the interior of what is currently the Hancock lot, but is envisioned to be a pedestrian mall that would go from there over toward Ryan Parkway.
Okay, I just want to talk about the timeline. So there was talk about if there was a vote taken this evening and there was a no vote, what happens procedurally?
Well, it certainly would shake the confidence in those prospective developers in continuing to negotiate with us.
Madam Chair, I'm just confused. This is what happens when we stay here too long sometimes, but...
There's a motion and there's a lot
again, I don't know, but I guess it's a point of order because you're raising the question at the time. We have a motion before us that is essentially to approve a positive recommendation that we're going to bring to the meeting next week. Mr. Geary earlier had been talking about how we still have a week left.
Right.
And he had been speaking about trying to articulate out language that applies to the RDP, which, and again, I think it's the way he articulated it is perfect, and it has always been, even from my own perspective, something that continues to articulate affordable housing as a public benefit, that puts the context for conversations to occur, which at the same time, I think, can understand and respect the specifics of each particular project that's being proposed, that can be articulated in this Amendment 4 that would represent, again, kind of a reaffirmation. We can get that done. If you're asking me, again, I got to share as well as with Councilor Palmucci, my vote would certainly be a no. It would be tragic in some regards because I think what you'd be doing is, snatching perhaps victory, defeat from the jaws of victory, to use some sports analogies here. See what I'm saying?
I think that was my point, was saying that Councilor Harris was going to withdraw his motion, right? So there's not the appetite right at this point. It seems something we need to be working out. There is a motion to slow approval, but I don't think the votes are there at this point. So
I will say, I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm wholly committed to expediting this in any way that we can, but, and I don't think it's an insurmountable or impossible. We can get that done. I think that you have a number of councilors who've articulated a need for certain information, and I think that should be forthcoming. But again, I'm not saying it can't get done. From my perspective, I think it can.
I agree with you. Unfortunately, Councilor Harris has just stepped out. That was going to be a point. I just want to also talk about the timeline with DHCD. So the intent would be to vote URDP4 prior to the end of the council session next week. What then is the timeline offline of this body when it gets to the state? Can you walk us through that process?
When it gets to
the state, doesn't DHCD then weigh in on approval?
Yes, 30 days. 30 days.
At which point it's inactive.
That's correct.
Is there any Q&A feedback, anything that comes back and forth with the planning department offline?
Hello, Chairman. Rob Stevens with the Planning Department. DHCD has already received the draft copy of this proposed urban renewal amendment 4. I spoke with the representative from DHCD, Laura Schaefer, on Friday. She has no issues with amendment 4 as it's currently proposed. She's already sort of begun preparing approval letter for this document, and she's expecting to see it in a few weeks if this council goes ahead and approves it.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, while you were out, there was a discussion about you having a pending motion to vote approval. There has been a request from your colleagues for additional information to talk about compromise language for affordable housing trust.
Absolutely.
Would you be willing to withdraw your motion?
I was going to withdraw without that. After hearing what was going on, I was already planning, but being last again. But there we go.
Okay, great. We actually have another matter on the agenda with the appropriation that we have not discussed. I know there's a second round here. We're looking for comments and just trying to look for some direction. The other opportunity for the appropriations, Council Kroll has a finance committee meeting next Monday night. So we are at 10:15. They'll want to
pick that up in committee. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would forecast, Bill, you can correct me if I'm wrong from a sequencing standpoint. Great discussion here this evening, and I do appreciate, let me take a step back, I do respect you professionally. I think you have the resume to back that up. And I do think, to Council Quincy's point, I think you will work to diligently deliver something between now and when the council meets next. But, I feel like the URDP, the presentation comes for the additional financing, and that would only make sense, right? Yes. So, if you're asking me for what I would envision that we would, pick this up in committee on the 27th, along with the updated, what is going to transpire between now and then on the URDP 4. Does that sound realistic?
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Kroll.
Thank you.
Any final comments at this point? Councilor Finn.
I don't want people thinking we're piling up praise for Mr. Gary, but I do want to talk about, quite honestly, his ability to link the Amendment 4 to the rest of it. And I think I may have mentioned this before, but that has been absolutely incredible. And I think the work, appreciate a great deal of work he's done to put into that specifically. I'm sure it probably had some assists from some of the folks. But also, again, to just stress one more time, this can all, I think, move forward fairly in a fairly timely fashion. Thank you.
Mr. Gary.
I think
just a point of information, because I'm not familiar with the procedural rules of the body. I don't know whether or not what we're talking about requires additional notification, additional notice.
I believe now it's probably advertised as in committee. We have held our public hearing. I see that the finance appropriation that was on this evening's agenda we did not get to is also a dual reference to the finance committee. It's going to be a triple header here tonight with downtown and finance and ordinance. So we'll put the appropriation on the next Monday's finance committee agenda. The ordinance will be brought out of committee at the council meeting on the 27th.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Katzis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The questions that you've alluded to, we would truly like an opportunity to have the time to respond to them. And if those questions could be presented to us in writing, so that we have, each counselor had a few different things they wanted to have addressed. Could I ask that those questions be presented, within the next 2 days, so that we can have some time in which to create a response to better the opportunity for us to reach some sort of conclusion on Monday the 27th, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Katzis. That motion was adjourned. All in favor?
Motion